The first duty of government is to protect our rights.
It's our job to maintain the proper role of government in what we were tasked to do.
If you really want to doge, this is how you doge. You don't vote for bad legislation that expands government. Thank you.
Now we're talking about taxpayer money, and we talk about accountability. It is their money. This isn't a government program we're actually spending on. We're actually giving it back to the people of Idaho.
There's other options for making our ballots more secure, such as using watermarks or putting holograms on the ballots.
And I think that that's what we need to look at more, is trying to get back to what we used to be, where our churches and our families took care of each other instead of relying on the state.
I asked the question rhetorically, if we gave them another $1 billion, they wouldn't be happy. Well, we've given them $2 more billion, and it's not enough.
We need to start making Idaho first. We need to start making America first.
Other states like Texas and Florida have enacted similar laws to address illegal immigration, both locally and in their communities. And Idaho has the right to protect itself when the federal government has failed to do that.
COVID presented us with quite the enigma. We didn't really know what it was or what to do, but that is no excuse to violate the rights of the citizens of the state of Idaho.
Say vote no on this and let the teachers teach and quit bringing in coaches to teach the teachers to teach, and let's get education going again in Idaho.
I don't know what's coming after this current administration for the feds, and we need this law because our federal laws on immigration have failed.
Mr. President, I think it's incumbent upon us to allow parents to use their hard-earned dollars to provide what's best for their children.
If I was looking at a business and I was looking at these figures, there would be heads rolling because this is unsustainable.
My concern is that the resilience of Idahoans who believe in self-reliance and self-responsibility will be eroded.
We need to be protecting our First Amendment rights, not inventing ways to slowly chip away at them.
The First Amendment and our freedom of religion, freedom of speech are our first liberties. They are so important. We don't have the rest without them.
Yeah, watch it.
Come on, guys.
Wow, everybody. Welcome to Idaho Signal. This is the special live primary election night coverage right here from the Idaho State GOP party in Eagle. And look at that room. It's starting to fill up, folks. Starting to fill up. Look like seeing that. It's still bright outside. Look, the sun is glaring. The balloons are popping. I won't say my tasteless joke. Folks, welcome. Let me say hello to everybody. Producer friend. Matt Edwards here. Good to see everybody. It's fun being down here broadcasting live. We've got the whole crew, and it's fantastic. I am really excited because we're going to have a guest come on here just real shortly. She is our lovely host here as the chairwoman of the Idaho State GOP. Dorothy Moon will join me here in just a few minutes. But I just wanted to welcome everybody because this has been a long trek coming here. I can't believe that we're here, but we are going to be here all night. We are going to provide you with some special tools that we're going to debut tonight. That is absolutely phenomenal. I can't wait to show it to you. But if you haven't voted yet, this is the big key here. It is 7:34 in the south. It's 6:34 up north. And if maybe you're watching us in line getting ready to vote, but you need to vote. And so you need to head out right now if you have not voted yet and go to the polls and cast your ballot. You have a half hour down in the south. You've got 90 minutes more up north, and then we're done. And then as soon as the polls close at 8 o'clock Southern time, we still have to wait for the north to close at 9 o'clock Southern time, 8 o'clock Northern time. And then the results will start coming in, and that's when we can announce some results that may have already been determined in the South. We'll see how it goes. It's going to be a fun night. This is only the second time we've ever had a special election night coverage, but we've come this far, and it's truly exciting. I'm just looking around the room at all the amazing folks that are walking in, and hopefully we can get on the mic here. I do want to point out a couple things. We had a fantastic interview with Cliff Maloney at Idaho Signal just a week or so ago, and I want to highlight this book here for you. This is Run Right. It's a complete election playbook to win. If you win your primary tonight, you're a great patriot, you're going to get a copy of this book. So that way it can take you into the general if you have a big competitive general. And so we need to make sure that all you folks out there check this book out. Watch the interview that we did with Cliff Maloney on. He's the CEO of Citizens Alliance, and this is all about door knocking. It's all about voter contact and making a plan to win. So we want to make sure we do that. All right, let's find Dorothy Moon, and we'll have her come in, and we'll say hello to her, and then she can just butterfly her way around the proceedings here. We want to give you as much access to what's going on here as well as across the state. So we're going to hopefully have some guests who will chime in from other locations and get their perspective, other races across the Treasure Valley, across the Magic Valley, and so forth. And so we'll have that. Dorothy Moon is coming in here now. And here's your microphone. How are you, Dorothy? We have a good shot here? Oh, yeah, look at that. Yeah, look at you. You look fantastic. I want to say thank you for allowing us to broadcast here live.
I'm excited. This is great.
This is very good. The room looks great. I love all the political signs everywhere.
I do
and
too.
Then the political folks are showing up.
Yes. Yes.
This is this happens every 2 years, right?
Yes.
So this is your second or third? Fourth.
This is my fourth.
Fourth primary.
Yes.
To do this.
I'm pretty sure that sounds right. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. They're doing some announcements over there. It's a little distracting.
Yeah. So this is great.
Okay.
I think somebody's just taken over the meeting here. Look at that.
Yeah,
That's
he
Brian
really got
Allman.
there.
I got to watch that guy.
Yeah, exactly.
Mutiny up here. No, go ahead.
So tell me, how is the Idaho State GOP doing? What is exciting about this year and going forward? And what can Idahoans expect from the Republican Party?
Well, the exciting part is that, first of all, we got a lot of good legislation through. I'm grateful for that. I think we've had the best 4 years. I'm not saying just because of the Republican Party being involved in getting the grassroots motivated, but also the fact that all of our resolutions are actually getting to the legislators to pass through as law. And we have Rob Beiswinger here. I'm excited to see him. He's my District 8. Passing the Idaho Medical Freedom Act, which is huge, and now a model for states everywhere. They're wanting to incorporate the same kind of law.
Yeah,
so that's cool.
It really is spreading across the nation. They're looking to Idaho for that.
Yes, yes. So, we're leading the way. As long as we can keep everybody working, and, it's kind of hard to herd all these cats, but as long as they keep working together, we're going to have good results. In our school choice bill, of course, that tax credit to put your kid in the best situation for their little development and education. That's what we need to be doing, and that's what I even in the legislature for 6 years, I tried to push the school choice through.
Yep.
Finally, we get something substantive that people can use, and it's easy. It's not a voucher; it's a tax credit. So we've had some big wins. And we just need to keep it together. I mean, we need to keep good conservative Republicans in office, the ones that will actually sign an integrity and affiliation form with the Republican Party. And if you're going to have the R behind your name, I'd appreciate it. And I think all of the grassroots would appreciate knowing that you do support our platform.
Yeah, I get you. I'm all about committing to those values and making sure Idaho stays on the right track. Mm-hmm. That's exactly what we tried to highlight here, is to try to highlight good conservative folks that are trying to help the state, trying to help preserve it. Because I'll tell you, what I'm hearing across the country, Dorothy, is how much the left has focused on Idaho. They've already conquered Washington. They've already conquered Oregon, Colorado. Look what's happening in Utah now.
Right.
And we have a third congressional seat that's going to be drawn in this state, and we have to make sure that the Republicans hold serve.
And the real Republicans.
Yes.
The people that, again, are true to the platform and true to our Constitution. And it has been a really good 2 years. I think it has, and we've got a lot of good people in. We just need to get them all those wheels moving in the same direction. And that's the thing. Everybody, I think there's a lot of great conservatives who want to keep this state red. And I was on with Bannon the other day, and I mean, he knows everybody thinks this is the most MAGA, the most America First state in the union. Well, it's not. I mean, not with this. This election is going to be brutal. I've got 40 cards that were mailed to my residents in little bitty Custer County. I've heard some just got 5 or 10. No, we got 40 cards in District 8. And it's crazy, and it's a lot of misinformation. So it's been pretty ugly this year for the campaigns. A lot of outside money, way too much, and a lot of big PACs by a lot of folks at the Capitol. Yeah. And it's unfortunate. And
I'm one to not shy away from some of the things that are going on to kind of talk about it. And you do see nationally there's this sort of there's always been nationally even like a sort of rift between the major parties, right? When you look at the Democrat Party, there's like the extreme Democrat folks like Bernie Sanders and AOC and Ilhan Omar, and then you have some of the traditional Democrats that have been there forever, like Joe Manchin was from Virginia for so long, and so forth. And then you look at the Republican Party and you see this sort of like this America First MAGA wing of the party, and then there's the folks that have been there forever, the neocons and all this stuff. And then you start trickling down into the states and you start seeing that sort of divide too. Right. And I think it's just everywhere.
It is everywhere.
Yes.
It is everywhere. And when the RNC, when you go to the meetings and you hear what these other states are talking about, and the fact that these states, they want closed primaries. They want a lot of things that Idaho has, or oh my gosh, a school choice bill or what have you. We have a lot of people who are so interested in what we're doing, but then they don't know how hard it is to get to these positions of getting these positions filled with the right people, having them have the gumption to bring these laws forward. But I'll tell you, Matt, I think what's most exciting about all of this is that when I was a legislator, I'd see the Republican Party meet, put together resolutions. They were never looked at. The legislators, they just put them aside with their own agenda or, whoever's supporting them or something for them. Then it was unfortunate. But, now it's a new day. I mean, we have liaisons between the House in the Idaho GOP and the Senate in the Idaho GOP. And they actually carry those resolutions and bring them into law. I mean, the Medical Freedom Act was one. School choice was one. Right. Sharia law was one. The immigration bills, we had a few of those that never saw the light of day in the Senate. And, so this is going to be a big immigration year. And I know some of the PACs and some of the ag producers don't want to hear it, but we can't keep kicking the road down. We are going to have to start getting these illegal immigrants out of here, especially when they're doing harm to American citizens. And that's just how it is. We're a state of law. We're a nation of laws, and we need to follow the laws.
Well put. Well put. All right, I want to let you get back to the party here, but one final question, because this is a show about action. We're all about action. The next action after this primary, of course, is making sure we elect good Republicans into the general through the general election. But at the same time, we have a bigger fight on our hands, don't we?
We have
right?
a big fight on our hands.
I mean, we need to protect life once again.
Yes.
So tell us a little bit about what we're gonna try and do to stop this abortion initiative.
The abortion initiative, interesting enough, we've heard of some discrepancies in some of the initiatives that were actually put into a spreadsheet. They were kind of commingling. Two different, one was for the grocery sales tax, one was for the abortion initiative of Reclaim Idaho. And so some of the numbers, I'm encouraging people, just like Kootenai County did, to actually look at the names on some of these petitions to see if some of these folks actually signed it. Were they put in correctly? When you find 60 signatures in one county, all of a sudden, not with the right initiative, we need to take a closer look at all of the counties. I do believe that. But this abortion initiative, they're going to try to get it on the ballot. They've done a very good job getting signatures, and now it's going to be our turn to do a fight. Now, we have put up a bunch of Idaho Value Life signs. People have donated for those. We've helped counties raise money through some donated silver coins from a business real close here, Money Metals Exchange. And, we have people with financial finances right now to where they can start putting up signs and billboards showing that Idaho values life. Idaho is going to protect life. But this is, ranked choice voting was a big fight. The Idaho GOP led the way on that. We had a lot of great groups.
Balloons.
Balloons are going already. Had a lot of great groups already, who have jumped in. The Catholic Diocese, We've got Idaho Protects Life. We've got the White Rose Resistance, and there's more. And hopefully we can all get together and everybody just keep your wheels moving the same direction. But I do not believe Idaho is ready for a nine-month abortion.
No.
We can't be murdering babies.
No, absolutely
I want those
not.
babies. I'll take those babies.
And when you see the numbers that there, before the trigger bill, before Roe v. Wade fell, and then the trigger law happened in Idaho, that before that there was something like 1,500 or so abortions, and then it went all the way down to like single digits. I think so.
Yeah, saved a lot of babies.
It saved a lot of babies, and there's no way we need to turn back to that. So, folks, make sure you get on board. Follow the Idaho GOP, follow the White Rose Resistance, all these other these folks out there that are out there trying to and donate to help and get a sign in your yard.
That's right.
Yeah.
We'll give you signs. Yeah, it's helped to replace them. The more we make, they're like Doritos. We just keep putting them out there.
And then you keep petting them. All right, Dorothy, where can people follow the GOP and the rest of your work?
Go to idgop.org. That's our website. In fact, we actually have our meetings coming up for our reorganizational meetings, and delegates are being selected for the summer convention, which is important. That will determine the leadership that we have in the state for the next 2 years. So please stay involved. If you want to be a delegate, make sure you get to those meetings. That would be really helpful too.
Wonderful. All right. Well, thank you, Dorothy.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Yeah, good to see you.
Yes.
Thanks for being here.
All right. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back.
This bill, I think, it puts a stake in the ground that says we have a sovereign right to protect what's ours.
Idaho is the dirt under your fingernails after an honest day's work. Idaho is the hug around your neck when your daughter spells her first word. Idaho is the written word of the law, steadfast and impartial, guarding liberty for all. Idaho is the family rifle passed down, a legacy of protection and the right to stand firm. Idaho is the echo of your own voice, unshaken and free, standing tall among the world's silenced. Idaho is the home that's built to weather storms, not empty wallets. Idaho is the quiet trust between a patient and healer, unbroken and sacred. Idaho is the hymn carried by the Spirit, gathering neighbors together in faith and purpose. Idaho is the laughter around a campfire, a family's bond growing stronger with every word. Idaho is the pioneer's will, firm and clear. We govern ourselves, free and unbound. Idaho is what America was. Let's keep it that way. Ask your legislator to sign the Citizens Alliance of Idaho pledge to preserve our shared values. We ride together.
Okay, we are back checking out the party here, the Idaho State GOP party. It's still early. People are still trickling in. It's also gorgeous outside, so a lot of people are out on the patio. It's absolutely an absolute gorgeous day out. So in the Treasure Valley, we are in Eagle here in Idaho, and I'm happy that you have joined us. We got a few people tuning in so far. That's great to see. Folks, let's start breaking down exactly why we're here today, because it's all about these election results. And you know us here at Citizens Alliance of Idaho. We also have a PAC, so we get involved in a lot of these races. We have all of our pledge signers who have signed the pledge. If they're in good standing, we want to support them and make sure that they come back to the legislature. And so that is what today is all about. And so we are watching a lot of state legislative races across the state, obviously. But of course, there's also the statewide races. However, this year, in a very rare moment, the only statewide office that has competitors in it is the race for governor. Brad Little is running for a third term as governor of Idaho. And but he has, I think, I'm going to see, make sure here how many opponents there are. I know there's at least three. How many is it? Oh, wait, we got more than 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 more opponents have stepped up to take on Governor Brad Little. And if any of those folks come in tonight, we'll try and pull them over here and speak to them about the race, regardless of the results. If they are here before or after the results, we'll try and get them in here. So that's the governor's race. There's also a race for the United States Senator. Senator Jim Risch is seeking his 3rd term, I believe. Is it his 3rd term? I believe it's his 3rd term because it's 6 years, a 6-year term there. And he has 3 competitors as well that has stepped into that race. And then over in the U.S. Representative, District 2, Mike Simpson is the current congressman, and he has 2 folks in the race there. And then in District 1, that's the congressional district number 1, Russ Fulcher is he's got 2 people in that race with him. So we'll certainly share those results as well and get all that going. So but of course, my big focus that we've been working on, of course, as I said before, is the state legislature. So from District 1 all the way down to District 35, there's plenty of races out there. A lot of folks that it may have expected to have a competitive primary don't have one, and some that have not had a competitive primary in a long time do have one. And so we're very interested in paying attention to those. One thing we do want to do here is if you have questions, if you have comments, we are live on Facebook, we are live on YouTube, X, Rumble. Put questions in the chat. Maybe we can get them answered. Give us your take, give us your predictions, put them in the chat. We'll put them up on screen and share them with the good folks across Idaho. So please do that. Hey, here's one. Hey, found your channel looking for election coverage. Thanks for doing this. Hopefully we vote the rhinos out tonight. All right, Big Hat 6554. Glad you found us. Hit the subscribe button, smash the like button. What do they say? I don't know what they say, but that's what it is. So I hope you're following us there. Okay, so earlier today we were out in Eagle. We wanted to check out the polling places. We wanted to see what was going on. So we grabbed a little bit of footage. We made a quick little montage. Let's go ahead and check that out. Hey Idaho, Matt Edwards here. I am finally in Ada County. We are at Eagle City Hall. It is voting day right now. I'm very excited. I just spoke with the polling captain, and she told me that turnout is high. Turnout is high. Turnout is high. That means you're going out and voting. We'd love to see that. We'd love to hear that. I checked back at my county, up in Kootenai County, and turnout was about 13% right now. That's kind of low for Kootenai County, so we want to see those numbers get ramped up. But we're excited. We're excited to be here in beautiful Treasure Valley, enjoying some of the great weather and seeing some of the great Patriots. So we're going to send it back into the studio to me, right here at Idaho Signal. Okay, great. Tammy, please pick up a mic here. Okay. Folks, how awesome is this? Senator Tammy Nichols is with us. Thank you for joining us, Senator.
Thank you.
You are one of those rare folks that we all probably would have expected to have a challenger this primary, but you escaped the primary challenge. How does that feel this year?
It actually is really nice. So yeah, it's my first time not having a challenger in the primary.
Yeah.
Now I do have one in the general, and most of us do, but yeah, not one in the primary this time.
And what do you chalk that up to? Is it just sort of like,
I think there's a few.
I think I have some theories. But
Yeah. Yeah, I probably have some theories too. But I think there's a few things. I've been in there for a little bit.
Yes.
I just finished my 8th year. So my 2nd term in the Senate, 4 years I spent over in the House. And so I'm kind of known now, and people know what type of legislation I run, what kind of, where I stand still. And so I think, with that, I have a good support system in the state, and people must like what I do because they keep reelecting.
That's right.
So-
That's right. That's what we love to see. And the governor signs your bills.
And my
that's-
bills get signed.
That's
yep.
right. We want to see that. So, but you did when you did allude to the fact that yes, you do have a challenger in the general.
In the general, yeah.
That is also a little bit kind of rare because the Democrats seem to want to put up a fight in the general election this year.
Right.
And so, I mean, depending upon the district and so forth.
Right.
What do you think there is about this sort of trying to rejuvenate the Democrat Party in Idaho?
I think they are searching for something. I mean, there's been a lot of problems in the Democrat Party. I mean, there is in both parties, right? If we're going to be honest. But I think the Democrats are really trying to figure out where they are, and they have a divide within their party as well. There's the ones that it's just too extreme for them anymore. It's not like the JFK Democrats at all.
You see that here in Idaho?
Oh, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah. And
I just assume they all want to like trans everybody and hang out in everybody's other's restrooms. So.
Yeah, no, I still know some that are more like a JFK Democrat.
Okay, great.
So
great.
they do still exist.
Excellent.
Not as many as there used to be, but I think they're still really trying to figure out where they're at. And in Idaho, they just don't have in some areas they do, and it's hard to be a Republican in those areas.
Right.
But in the majority of the state is still very Republican, and Republicans get elected. Now, that does bring into play that we do have some Democrats that run as Republicans.
Yes.
And so we do have that problem that occurs, and that's why people have to do their research and do their homework. But in the most of the state, so I think, in a lot of these areas, they run the Democrats and just see how much momentum, how much percentage they end up getting, and see if they're making any steps towards being able to start taking over those districts. But I think that's where most of it comes in, really, is the districts that they know they don't worry about so much. It's the districts that they test them out, and so they run a Democrat, and that's the only way you're going to know, really, is by running somebody and to see how close they get to being able to win.
Yeah, and a lot of it's funny enough still comes down to charisma and connecting with the people.
Sure.
I mean, I look at Senate District 15.
Yeah.
Where Representative Steve Birch wins as a Democrat, where his seatmate is still a Republican,
right.
and the senator was a Republican,
right.
and that has also
dynamic.
shifted.
Yep.
And even where people have like a Trump sign on their yard and a Democrat Steve Birch sign on their yard,
right?
You find a very charismatic guy like Steve Birch, and you can win him over.
He must be doing something right though in that district.
Yes.
I hear he knocks on a lot of doors.
That is key.
You do have some outliers that are out there that it just doesn't quite make sense, and so there are those. But for the majority of the state, yeah, I think the Democrats run Democrats in conservative areas and Republican areas just to see what the momentum is like.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So then let's go back to the legislative session. So, because I have a very important question about you, and I've had people ask me, and they're kind of trying to put two and two together. So it looks as though that the people that really want us to go through another pandemic again, this hantavirus thing that's going on, and the fact that it's also carried by rats,
right?
And then all of a sudden the Treasure Valley has a rat problem,
right?
And you're trying to run bills to try and help solve this rat problem,
right?
What's going on with the rats in the Treasure Valley? Tammy?
As soon as I started hearing about that, I was like, oh, that's kind of a weird coincidence.
Yeah.
But here we are. So. Yeah, I mean,
so what was this bill? Because I know it didn't pass.
Right. Well, we tried to run a couple of different rat bills this session, just because last year the Ada County Commissioners had a luncheon for several of us legislators in the area, and this was one of the issues that they brought up. And so I wanted to see what we could do to help that. And I'm the ag chairman on the Senate side, so it made sense. And I thought, we have the Department of Agriculture. They already have some things set up that could help with tracking these rodents. And the county commissioners have been getting multiple calls, and it just continues to increase. They started in the Eagle areas, what we are understanding, and they're spreading. Wow. And so, I just wanted to help facilitate something, because we function under what's called Dillon's rule. And so the powers of the state, if they're not given solely to the municipalities, then they aren't supposed to act. And so that was what the commissioners told us, is that under Dillon's rule, they don't have any ability ability to be able to act on taking care of the rat issue. So anyway, we tried a couple of different bills. One kind of was a little bit more so the Department of Agriculture in to kind of help oversee. And that one, I got it through the Senate, and it got stalled over on the House side, died on the House floor by just a few votes. And then we tried another one. I got it through the Senate again. This one was just to declare the rats invasive species and to just basically say, okay, counties and cities, you have the ability now to figure out what to do, what's best. If you need to do anything, you figure it out.
Yeah.
And got that one through the Senate, and then the chairman on the Ag House side wouldn't take it up, and it got really late in the session. So that was the end of that. But we will be bringing another one back again next session because the rats are not going away.
So how so in the meantime, the cities still can't take care of.
No. So we're trying to figure out some other ways, like either through the health districts or something like that. If there's some way, some sort of ability that they might have to be able to at least start educating people. And then with this virus thing going on, it's just kind of an interesting thing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and we're no way we're implying that these rats have hantavirus.
Right.
Saying that at all.
But you look back to history, and rats have carried all sorts of things.
Oh, sure. The Black Plague.
Exactly. And right now during ag season and the canal water, rats are great swimmers. So that's just going to make it really easy for them to maneuver around.
Yes.
So hopefully we'll try to do something next session.
Yeah. Okay, good. All right. Well, shifting from rats, is there anything positive on the docket for next year that you think you're looking at? Because if you defeat your Democrat opponent, we don't want to be presumptive here, but I mean, some of the big failures that happened this year were in the immigration policy and stuff, and so I know that stuff's going to try and make its way back as well.
Sure.
But we're also looking ahead at trying to have a strong majority going into another
session.
Yeah, but in the federal as well.
Oh, yeah, on the congressional level.
So you have the congressional level, which means in 2030 we get a new congressional district.
Right. Yeah, because our population has increased a ton.
Yes.
And so we are looking at getting a third district.
Right. So how do we make sure that they don't do what they're doing in Utah, where they carved out that little spot in Salt Lake City, and now Utah is going to be sending a Democrat.
Right. So many states are going through this right now, and we're going to have to make sure that we have things in play now to be able to keep from that happening when they do the redistricting again.
Right.
So it'll be interesting to see, and hopefully we can get that stuff into play first and protect ourselves that way.
Yeah, very good. All right. Any particular races, any predictions you see tonight in these races?
Oh, there's several that I'm watching to see what happens. Yeah. I know up north, the Herndon-Woodward race is going to be interesting to watch.
Right.
I'm looking at Eastern Idaho with the one with Julianne Young trying to get her seat back.
Yeah.
Chad Christensen's over there.
That's
Carrie
right.
Hanks is over there. So we'll see what's happening there. We're watching the Gang of Eight, as they're known, to see what's going to happen in those races, because I think they all have challengers. And then down here in the Treasure Valley, there's a few close, few races that might be close. I'm watching Steve Tanner. I'm watching David Worley's race.
I mean, that to me is like the big enchilada. I mean, you're in the Senate and you have to deal with Senator Jim Guthrie and watching how and you're a chairman as well, so you know what you are allowed to do as a chairman.
Sure.
But when I think of and I don't want to force you to comment on this if you don't want to, because you may still have to work with this guy. But like I just look at it, I just see the chutzpah of drawing bills that get overwhelmingly passed in the House.
Yeah, that's very frustrating, and it is up to the chairman's discretion on what they're able to do. And I mean, as the chairman myself, I want to make sure, unless there's some really big reason, and I know my committee is just not going to pass it or hear it, I try to let every bill come through that is brought to my committee. And so it's unfortunate when you have these bills that do have such support and they aren't able to get heard. That's very, very frustrating. And state affairs in the Senate side. This isn't, it has been going on there for a while for that committee with previous chairmen as well. So I don't know if it's just become a set thing in that committee or just what, but I'm hoping that somehow things can change in some way. Because that committee is a really powerful committee. There's a lot of bills that go through it. Mm-hmm. And, if nothing else, those bills should get a hearing, especially if they've had support and they've gotten through the House. I don't see what the benefit is to not giving those a hearing.
Yeah, well, certainly no benefit to the Idaho people.
Right.
There's benefits to others, perhaps. So,
yeah.
All right, Tammy, let everybody know where they can follow you, where they can follow you on social media,
sure.
and get in touch with your newsletters and all of that.
Yeah, so I have a Substack. I'm on social media, Instagram, X, and Facebook. Most of my stuff's on Nichols for Idaho. So you can find me there, but you can go to my website, which is nicholsforidaho.com, and all my social media is on there. So you can find me just about anywhere.
Awesome. Fantastic. All right. Tammy Nichols, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us, Tammy.
Thanks, Matt.
All right. Have fun tonight. Maybe we'll have you back when the results come.
All right. Sounds good.
All right. Thanks. There it is, folks. There's a live look at the room right now. We got some panning action. We got a camera guy on the camera. There's some panning action. Again, a beautiful, beautiful evening out in Eagle tonight. The sun is starting to set. I wonder if we're going to be so lucky that the sun is going to be right there and just blast this thing, and then Josh is going to go, my lighting, my beautiful lighting. As I think it's going to happen. I mean, it just kind of has to. So anyway, all right, it is officially 8:07, and that means, folks, that the polls have closed in the South. The polls have closed in the South. We won't have any big statewide election results because the polls are still open up north. So if any results come in that only affect the South, we will definitely report them to you. I'm here. But when the polls close, we did this a couple of years ago. We have a nice, the election is over. So this is just for the South. So for all you Southern folks, watch this.
Breaking election news.
This election is crazy, right?
It is finally election night.
This election is on every channel.
This election is about emotion.
Primary elections are over.
So when the election's over,
Come on, the election's over. The election's over.
Election ain't over. Election is out of control.
When the election is over, you will probably be good friends.
this election is like a dream.
Election's over.
The election's over.
It's over.
The election is long over.
I'm just glad it's over. Now that the election's over.
Well, I'm sure glad that's over.
Glad that's over. Friends again?
Oh, I'm just glad it's over.
Wow, I'm glad that's over.
Well, I'm glad that's all over.
I'm just glad it's over with.
I'm just glad it's over.
So am I.
Yeah, just glad it's over. I'm still glad it's over.
Oh.
Glad it's over with, Benson.
That's a wrap.
Yes, that's a wrap. That's a wrap, folks. So for the South, it's a wrap. For the folks up north, if you haven't voted yet, you got less than an hour. You've got less than an hour to vote, and you need to do it. So if you're in the north, make sure, what is it? It was that bridge that we drove through. We drove through 95 all the way down, and then cut over to the 55. But if you're north of the time zone bridge, just outside Riggins, you got to go vote. You've got 50 minutes or so, 51 minutes to vote, and then we'll have some results. So, and that'll be fun. All right, the room is looking nice. I like all these folks. I'm trying to see if we can pull. I know Representative Rob Beiswinger is in the house, so we want to have him over. He does have a competitive race, and so we will want to talk to him about how he feels about his chances tonight in this Idaho primary. Okay, so some of the big races we talked when Tammy was here. We talked a little bit about some of these big races that she's paying attention to. I'm just going to start up north, District 1. All three races we're very interested in. We have former Senator Scott Herndon in a I don't know if this is the third or fourth time that he has gone up against Senator Jim Woodward, but he beat Jim Woodward in 22. Jim Woodward mounted a comeback in 24, aided by a ton of Democrats up north. I know that for a fact. And now we have former Senator Herndon trying to come back there. We also have an interesting race with Representative Mark Sauter. Representative Mark Sauter is being challenged by one of our pledge signers, the challenger Jane Sauter. And yes, they do share a last name, but they do not have any relations with each other. They don't know each other at all. I mean, they're not related to each other at all. So Mark Sauter versus Jane Sauter is the matchup there. And then the other matchup in Legislative District 1 is Representative Cornell Racer versus Chuck Lohman, I believe, is the challenger in that one. So those races in District 1 we're looking at. In Legislative District 2, both Senator Phil Hart and Representative Heather Scott do not have challengers. Representative Dale Hawkins did get a challenger. I forget the gentleman's name at this time. I don't have my system up here. Let me just scroll down, because there it is. Seat number 2. No, I don't have it. District 2. Anyway, and so but I expect Representative Hawkins to win that one. Same thing in Legislative District 3. Representative Vito Barbieri has a challenger. I expect him to win that one as well. Representative Vito Barbieri. The other two, Doug Okonowitz as senator, does not have an opponent, and neither does Jordan Redmond, Representative Jordan Redmond. So those are our northern folks up there. We'll go through the rest of the list as well. I do want to let you know, I think we're going to have, it's possible now that before the hour is up, I'm going to be joined, and we're going to have a special guest sit with me as co-host for the majority of the evening. And so when that happens, it's gonna watch out. I don't know what's going to happen, but we'll see when that happens. We do have, I do want to focus on a race down south that you can no longer vote in, and it's Senator Jim Guthrie. We talked with Senator Tammy Nichols about this. Senator Jim Guthrie is being challenged by Major David Worley. And one of the big issues with this race here is the fact that Jim Guthrie, as chairman of the State Affairs Committee, has been holding bills and not allowing hearings. And it's not just this last session. It happens a lot. It's a very important committee. Very, very important bills come through this committee. And what's really troubling is the fact that they get passed in the House by sometimes overwhelming majorities, only to just sit and die in the Senate State Affairs Committee. And a lot of those bills that went through last time were these immigration bills, E-Verify, holding employers accountable who knowingly hire illegal aliens, allowing districts or I don't know if it was necessarily allowing districts, but it was telling counties and law enforcement agencies that they need to sign up with the 287G program so that they have the ability to process illegal alien criminals and have them work with ICE, so that way we can get these folks removed from the state. So a bunch of these things, obviously, they're passing in the House, they're dying in the Senate at the hands of Senator Jim Guthrie. And so that's a very important race that we're looking at in this primary. And look, folks, primary races shouldn't necessarily be this cutthroat, but we have a problem where the ideologies are just not matching. They're not meshing up with Republicans. It's the same thing in the Democrat Party. We already talked about this. There's all of these, everybody has different ideologies and the way that they swing. But the important things that are affecting Idaho families, that are affecting our values, that are affecting families, are starting to stem from the major increase that we've seen over the last 4 years of these illegal aliens crossing the border, and many of them being scattered all across the country. And Idaho is no different. And then when they come to our state, not only are they taking jobs and undercutting jobs that Idaho folks were doing, but there's also a strain on our schools. There's a strain on our medical system. There's a strain on our on the prison system, and it's unnecessary. We don't need that. We have our own problems with our own people, right? We gotta take care of our home first before we open the door and let all these people in that are just going to mess things up. So pardon my frank language on that, but that's just kind of where we stand. So we're watching a lot of this. We have a clip. Do we have the clip where Guthrie talks about he talks about how he voted against $300 million in tax cuts. Do we have that clip? Let's watch that clip.
I voted against over $300 million worth of tax cuts last year.
Republican votes like a socialist.
He said it proud. Watch the drop come loud.
I voted against over $300 million worth of tax cuts last year.
I voted against over $300 million worth of tax cuts last year. I voted against over $300 million worth of tax cuts last year.
Voted against over $300 million worth of tax cuts last year.
Of course he's faking it.
Okay. Having some fun here. Hey, it's election night. We gotta have a little bit of fun. But yeah, can you believe it, folks? I mean, here's a guy. He said, for the record, I voted against over $300 million worth of tax cuts, and that's tax cuts that directly affect you. And so, I to hear that come out of a Republican's mouth is just beyond me. I don't really understand it. And one of the things that really I think puts a fine point on it is the fact that one of the reasons for this was because last year, when they did all these tax cuts and they had revenue projections, that during the summer, the revenue projections, it looked like that they were coming in far less than what was expected, right? And so, do we have that graph? If we could find that graph, I shared it in Telegram earlier because the revenue projections that were low caused the governor to come in and say, "Hey, we are going to we need to cut across the board, like this 3% cut." So he recommended all these 3% cut across the board in order to make up for the revenue shortfall that was happening during last summer. Well, so that was happening. But then in December, if you look at this graph, in December, there was a huge pop in state revenue. And it literally is going to save the state. Because if you look, you can go back to full screen. So if you can see here, the December number was really high. The dark green graph is the actual, and the beige, these are terrible colors. The beige was the projected. And so the actual blew up, and then you can see in January, the actual was still slightly above. In February, there was a dip, and so it lost there. But then March, another huge jump. And then April, another huge jump in the revenue. So we actually don't have a revenue problem, and we don't have a budget shortfall. So not only were we able to cut $400 million in taxes, the revenues have increased, and that is for the fiscal year that we're in right now. So, folks, tax cuts work. They stimulate the economy. You put more money into people's pockets, they'll go out and spend it. It's a no-brainer. So it's happening. And so we're going to continue to watch those numbers and see how they roll in. Okay, let's do this. We have many folks in here. We got to get some more guests on and discuss what's going on. That, I swear, that sun is dipping. It's going to hit real harsh, and we need to make sure we do something about that. I got my sunglasses. I don't know where they are. Oh, you're showing the sun. Yeah, there it is. Also, over there in the corner is that Nate Schulman over there on the radio? This is Media Row, guys. This is Media Row. It's fantastic. We also have some giveaways that we're going to try and hand out tonight, and so we'll do that. All right, folks, let's take a short break. We will come back and maybe hopefully have some results somewhere. I don't know. We'll see. But this is definitely where we need to be. If you're in Idaho, you need to be watching Idaho Signal right now if you're not in this room. So we'll be right back.
From the rolling wheat fields of the Palouse to the white water runs on the pass-through. Golden potatoes, farmers stand strong. Cattle and dairy, they're feeding us all.
And that's exactly what happened. You want to pull the tape? You can pull the tape because we now got video.
Idaho is the dirt under your fingernails after an honest day's work. Idaho is the hug around your neck when your daughter spells her first word. Idaho is the written word of the law, steadfast and impartial, guarding liberty for all. Idaho is the family rifle passed down, a legacy of protection and the right to stand firm. Idaho is the echo of your own voice, unshaken and free, standing tall among the world's silenced. Idaho is the home that's built to weather storms, not empty wallets. Idaho is the quiet trust between a patient and healer, unbroken and sacred. Idaho is the hymn carried by the Spirit, gathering neighbors together in faith and purpose. Idaho is the laughter around a campfire, a family's bond growing stronger with every word. Idaho is the pioneer's will, firm and clear. We govern ourselves, free and unbound. Idaho is what America was. Let's keep it that way. Ask your legislator to sign the Citizens Alliance of Idaho pledge to preserve our shared values. We ride together.
To the white water runs on the pass-through. Golden potatoes, farmers stand strong. Cattle and dairy, they're feeding us all. From boys and nights with a bright city glow to Coeur d'Alene's calm waters below. Spotty buddy waves with a smile so wide, sharing our story with American pride. So raise that flag, let freedom fly. Let go liberty from plains to mountains high. America's heart beats red, white, and blue. 250 years of me and you. Yeah, lift it up loud. Idaho proud, American true. We walk with Lewis and Clark on the trail, raised our families with stories to tell. Generations working American truth. Idaho proud. Red, white, blue. Idaho proud. Red, white, and blue. Red, white, and blue.
It is the Idaho Signal election night coverage right here. We're on YouTube. We're on Rumble. We're on X. We are on, where else are we? Facebook. Leave us your comments. We'll throw them up on the in the old screen here. And I had a video that we put out there that was I was a guest on a podcast called the North Idaho Experience, and these great guys up north in my town. And we had a great discussion about Citizens Alliance and so forth. And we were talking about voting and the how power shifts in our country. And I want to play this video for you. And let's see if I can get, maybe I can be the one to get this up here. Because I think it's an interesting discussion. And with 30 minutes left in the North for voting, I want to hear your thoughts on this. So you can comment. You can comment with us. But let me bring this up here. I'm going to pull. You got it over there? Oh, okay. Well, they got it. So that's what these guys do. They just get things when we need them. So anyway, this is the privilege we have today about voting. So guys, if it's ready, go right ahead. It's live, so you know.
Not all of them are bad, but look, it's world history. World history is filled with tyrants, dictators, and authoritarians that have suppressed people for thousands and thousands of years. We are living. I mean, this country and the ideals of this country and Western civilization is a minuscule drop in the bucket of death and blood and violence. You know, and all we have to do is vote. Are you kidding me? Can you imagine going back 1,000 years and telling a family that living in some little hamlet in a village somewhere up in the high mountains, you know, where the king is sending his army to take over your town from another country? You know, I mean, they're handing swords to 5-year-olds, right? The women are like losing their husbands and getting raped.
Yeah.
All we have to do to change power is vote.
Right.
And people don't. So when you say like, oh, my vote doesn't count, well, what's your alternative? Your alternative is what's been going on for thousands of years in human history. So anytime someone tells me, oh, I didn't get time to vote, I didn't know who was on the ballot, I wasn't informed. Talk about privilege when you compare it to the rest of the entire world.
That's a good way to look at it.
I mean, people if you wanted regime change, if you wanted a new leadership, you had to kill people to do it.
Yeah.
And
there was no other way.
And die for it.
And die for it.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. And now we sit in a world where all we have to do is show up and vote, you know?
Yeah. That's a great perspective. Yeah. Really good perspective. And you're right. And it is sometimes.
All right. So we just showed, hey, everybody get ready for this. Get ready for this. Let's come to the table, guys. Senator Brian Lenny here. Senator Brian Lenny, welcome to Idaho Signal. It's great to have you live.
Thank you, sir. It's good to be here.
Now, you love coming out to these functions, right?
No, not at all. But you said, hey, you should come hang out with me on the show, so I figured, why not?
Why not? I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. And you got what do you drink when you go through Dutch Bros?
Well, usually I just drink black coffee. But Dutch Bros they're always sure to tell you they don't make coffee. It's an Americano or whatever. But
oh, right.
Right now we have a white chocolate mocha, which is great.
Holy moly.
So,
love it.
Yeah, extra shot. Figured we'd be here for a while, so
So we had Senator Tammy Nichols on just a little while ago, and she's one of the folks that does not have a primary challenger tonight. And lo and behold, here you are without a challenger tonight.
Yeah.
How does that feel?
Easy night for me. I mean, last time we had the old guard threw everything they could at me, and they had I was outspent, as you know, like 6-1.
Yeah.
If you counted up in 2024 in the last election, they spent, if you count money for the other guy and money spent against me, it was something like $400,000. And I'm just, and they still got, are we allowed to say asses kicked on here?
Sure.
Yeah, they still got their asses kicked. So,
right.
So it feels good not having a primary challenger. I kind of miss it though. You
like campaigning.
Yeah, I like some of it. Yes, some of it. No, but it's kind of nice. Yeah.
I mean, because part of the campaign is like as much as people know you as a people person, you actually do talk to people real.
Yeah.
I mean, that's when you released that blazing ad in 2022. It was one of the best political ads I've ever seen in any level of election. I mean, I don't know if you've been watching Spencer Pratt out in Los Angeles.
Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, Spencer Pratt stuff is great.
Yeah, but your initial opening salvo in 2022, which was just a pushback against the tyranny that was happening during COVID, was such a calling card for so many, and so many other people have been inspired to run or to get involved. And so here you are as a testament to not backing down, to staying with your own strategy, to being your own person. And now here you are without a challenger in the primary. I imagine you have a Democrat challenger perhaps in the general.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter. District 13 has never elected a Democrat senator ever, because they're not idiots. So I have a Democrat, but that doesn't, I don't have to lift a finger. I'll get 75, 80% of the vote.
Sure.
Which is, as you know, that's most of Idaho. So
right.
The biggest problem, as we all know, probably people watching this all know, is draining the Boise swamp, so to speak. So and that's what tonight's about. Should be a fun night.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to really use the term cautiously optimistic. I am optimistic. I'm optimistic because the grassroots, I have not seen people slow down. Okay, we accomplished great things in 2022. And then 2024 was supposed to be like the Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden it was like, oh no, it was another tag. There were some tough losses in 24. There were tough losses in 22. I mean, watching Ron Nate get defeated in 2022, that was no happy time.
Yeah.
But now we're here. We're in 2026. You don't have a primary opponent. There's a lot of folks in the East that are challenging some of the old guard. Some of the folks that have never had primary opponents before now have strong competitive primary opponents. What is your take when you look across the landscape? Where do you fall? Is this going to be another wave of conservatism? It's going to be mixed bag. Are we going to lose? Where do you think?
I don't know. My guess would be a mixed bag. I think we'll win some, we'll lose some. Canyon County is pretty strong. I think there's not that many. I think for District 11, I think we'll be pretty close. I'm guessing.
That's out in Caldwell.
Yeah.
Yep. So Chris Trakel,
Senator Blaylock, and Chris Trakel.
Yep.
That one, I think that one's going to be pretty close. That's one to watch in Canyon. I'm just thinking about Canyon County right now. In my own district, Steve Tanner's being opposed by someone, one of the governor's people. I'll just say that. But I think Steve's going to come out on top there as well. I don't know. I think a lot of, to your point, just kind of taking a big zoom back.
Yeah.
I think a lot of the close races to watch are going to be in Southeast Idaho, Twin Falls, up north. I don't know if we're going to see a whole lot of change in Canyon County. So that's my general thoughts. I mean,
that's good because Canyon County is pretty strong, and even in your local elections, you've been electing conservatives. So that when you see that sort of wave happening at the city level, Caldwell, Nampa.
Yeah.
I know you just lost your terrific mayor in Nampa.
Rick. Yeah.
Yeah, but his election alone was a sign that conservatives are still holding serve.
Yeah, and I think I'm running for precinct committeeman also. A lot of people don't know what that is, but
wait a minute. That's you're getting into the party now.
Yeah.
You're not just like I'm going to run it on my own thing.
Yeah, I had to run for something.
Do you have a competitor?
Yeah, it's the former mayor of. Well, I mean, competitor is probably an understatement.
But you have a challenger in the PC race.
Yeah. So I'm running against the current PC.
Okay.
So it's the former mayor of Nampa, Tom Dale. So nice guy and everything, but I think I'd rather be in that seat. So I don't expect to lose that one.
Okay.
Because I don't know. If I do, I won't really mind. But I mean, Canyon County has a pretty solid group of precinct committeemen also.
Yeah.
Obviously I'm in Nampa, Canyon County, so that's where my brain's at. But we have, I believe, out of all the PCs, we only have about 6 contested races.
Okay.
And 5 of them are in District 13 in my district. So.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So but I think conservatives overall are still going to come out on top over, rhinos, stuff like that, because I think the kind of MAGA movement is still pretty strong here in Idaho.
It is.
Not so much in Kentucky, I guess. Actually, Kentucky it is pretty strong, right?
Well, if
Did you
it's
talk
the
about
Trump
that on the show
we have
already?
not talked about that yet. No.
Yeah.
But yeah, Thomas Massey.
Yeah.
Losing, and I don't know if the final numbers in. Was it a wallop or was it close? I didn't even look at it.
I forgot. I just saw the headlines coming up saying Massey, got his butt kicked.
Yeah.
So, I mean, with that nuke they dropped on him, a couple days ago.
Some of the texting and the women
with all the
and
allegations.
All that.
I mean,
Who knows?
Great timing on the part of the opposition, but anyway, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's that. Yeah, so that's what's happening over there. But when I think about sort of the MAGA movement in Idaho, you've got Donald Trump endorsing Brad Little for governor.
Yeah.
And then you have a guy like Mark Fitzpatrick, who I mean, if you're watching and you're in Idaho, you know who Mark Fitzpatrick is because he's been running. But he has like the MAGA bar, in Idaho.
Yeah.
And so, what do you think? I mean, and from a political standpoint, what do you make of President Trump's endorsements of just sort of the regular guys here, Risch and Little and Simpson and Fulcher? Like, he's just like, okay, these are the guys in Idaho. They're Republicans. I'm just going to endorse them and move on.
Yeah. So for the people endorsed by Trump, I look at a lot of Trump's endorsements and it's almost like they're retard maxing, because I see some of the people Trump endorsed and it doesn't make any sense. It blows me away. And we know, probably most people know, gosh, that sun is like.
I said it's going to be our luck that the sun is going to hit right in that.
Yeah, and
in that mark.
It's going to light up my very white complexion. But a lot of the Trump endorsements don't make sense, in my opinion.
Yeah.
It's not like Trump is out there personally. The way it works is somebody knows someone who knows someone who knows someone in the Trump campaign.
Yes.
So it's not like Donald Trump is. I'll bet you some of the people Trump endorsed, he doesn't even know who they are.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I would like to see him get behind conservatives, like real, actual conservatives. Wow, look at that. I'm looking at the screen. My whole face is lit up. But he has endorsed a lot of kind of neocon types, I would say.
Yep.
But the Trump endorsement doesn't. The Trump endorsement also doesn't mean you're going to win your election. Like, was it 2022?
That's right.
Janice McGeachin was endorsed by Trump and she lost. So I don't know. I'm not a big fan of some of his endorsements. That's all I'm going to say. I don't want to say specific names, but
no, that's fine. That's fine. I think there's always, and some people say there's always a strategy to everything, and you gotta play the cards right. You want to win, and that's the other thing too.
Yeah.
He wants to win. So why back a loser? I mean, that's what he would say, right? Why back a loser when this guy's going to win? He's going to win. So you might as well endorse him. I guess that's
the whole art of the deal thing.
Right. Right.
But I mean, this whole thing was pre-cooked since last. Like, a lot of these endorsements, they plan these years into.
Yeah.
It's not just a spur of the moment thing. So
yeah. Well, he had this endorsement. Little had the endorsement for months before anybody else challenged him. So what are you going to do?
Yeah, I mean, the little endorsement, but I think the good thing is with Trump endorsing Little, it in a way kind of forces Little to kind of stay in that MAGA box, so to speak.
Right.
Because, if he's endorsed by Trump, then he should be supporting Trump's policies and signing bills like the school choice bill we passed last year, House Bill 93. So in a sense, it's good. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Like,
yeah, absolutely.
If Trump endorsed him, then Trump is kind of saying like, "Hey, you're my guy, so you better play by my rules." And if you don't, so in that sense, it might be good. But a lot of the endorsements are kind of like fake and gay, I think. So they're not just in Idaho, but all over the country.
Okay, well then, let's stick with Idaho now, because there's some serious ramifications here, and one of those things is immigration. And you and I have talked about this on the program at the end of the session.
Yeah.
The immigration bills that died whether they were coming out of the Senate and they died there, or whether they were passed in the House and then died because Senator Guthrie would not let them have a hearing in the Senate. That's not to say they would have passed. I'm just saying we didn't even get a hearing. But that is a race that against David Worley that is like on the top up. There's it. That's the fourth balloon that has popped.
What was
tonight.
that? Oh, balloon.
Yeah.
I was like, do we need to start shooting back? Okay.
I'm going to warn people. I'm going to warn people right now. If another balloon goes, I'm going to say my tasteless joke.
Yeah.
I'll tell you off the air, but anyway. But that is that Guthrie Worley race is one of the most crucial right now. Crucial, absolutely crucial because of his
consequential.
Yeah, because of his role as the chairman of state affairs.
Yeah.
You've testified before that committee. You've had to deal with Chairman Guthrie behind the scenes. You've had to deal with the other committee members behind the scenes.
Yeah.
What's your take? What is it going to take other than defeat for anything to change?
No, that is exactly what it's going to take. It's going to take defeat. I mean, the way to win elections, I noticed you have the Cliff's book here, Run Right.
That's right.
I just got it myself. I haven't even had a chance to read it yet. But the way you win elections, as you know, which Citizens Alliance has done very well, I think, in Idaho, is by knocking on doors. Doors win wars is
That's
the saying, right?
Yep.
So you have guys who have been in there for over a decade, 2 decades. Whether you like them or not, they're there for a reason because they keep getting voted in. So I mean, in a case like Guthrie, so I think it's what's an interesting thing that I found interesting when I got elected is I think a lot of people have this conception that we're just at the Capitol and it's we're just constantly butting heads and yelling at each other and it's like a coliseum. We all generally get along. Even at a base level, we have to sit next to these people in committees. We have to sit by them on the floor. We're in meetings with them. So if you get elected,
ride elevators with them.
Yeah, you got to get in the elevator. So we all get along.
Yeah. And
sometimes people think just because you get along with someone, that means you're, I don't know, sell out or whatever.
Right.
But the Supreme Court. Look, the Supreme Court's a great example. Someone asked them, I remember years ago, like, how do you guys all get along when you're far left, far right? Which is just regular conservatives these days. They're the far right thing's a joke, but they said, when you have differing political beliefs with someone, we talk about our grandkids or how was the weekend or, hey, did you go fishing this weekend? So in that sense, we all get along and there's a general level of respect. Not everybody, but sometimes you might have it out with someone, but I get along with Guthrie. We don't talk too much. I'm not going out to lunch with them or hanging out with them too much, but we get along, at a general level. But to get some of these bills heard that tackle illegal immigration, there has to be a new chairman in Senate State Affairs. That's just the fact. And if Guthrie was here, he would agree with me. He doesn't hear these bills because he doesn't like them and he has his own reasons. So it's either the pro tem kicks him out of the chair or we elect someone new who will hear these bills. Mm-hmm. And we're not even saying, as you've covered and I've been tweeting about on my X posts all year, we're not even asking for these bills to pass per se. I mean, I want them to pass. I had eight. I think I had something like 8 bills that had to deal with illegal immigration. We just want to give them a damn hearing, Yeah. Like, I think it's unfortunate when some of these bills can't even just get a hearing.
Right.
So realistically, when people say, well, what can I do? What can I do? And then you tell them what you can do, You can go knock doors. Is this the camera right here?
Right there.
Okay, I'm pointing at you. If you want to know what you can do to help someone win an election in any time, the way to win elections is knocking doors and having personal conversations with people. The signs don't matter. I know everyone loves to see their signs everywhere.
Oh, I love those signs.
I mean, I had signs up, but I mean, the signs really don't matter. What matters is knocking doors, and that's how you win elections. So
yeah, you have to talk to the voters.
Yeah,
you know?
with back all of that to say on that very long ADD rant I just did, with Guthrie and Worley, I have no idea how that race is going to turn out.
Yeah,
I'm not in that area. You know, I know Canyon County very well because that's where I live. But, you know, I think it's going to be a close one. I know there was a crap load of money spent on both sides, wasn't there? I don't know how.
Oh,
if you've been tracking
absolutely.
it.
Yeah. I mean, we knocked doors for David Worley, and, you know, when we knock doors, we actually talk to people. We're not just dropping literature. We're not just, you know, running and gunning it and trying to drop up as much literature as possible. You're talking to voters. And when we get that feedback back, it was very optimistic. I looked at the numbers. I looked at the surveys as what we were hearing, and people were fed up with Guthrie, and people also liked David Worley. I mean, this guy is he's a family man. He's a veteran. I mean, or he's actually in the Idaho National Guard now.
Yeah.
I mean, he's
not a
true
grifter, is what you're saying.
Yeah, he's not at all. Folks, we're about 13 minutes from the polls closing in the north, which means that the polls that closed 45 minutes ago in the south, we're going to start getting those results in. So don't go anywhere. We're going to have that. We're going to have that here. Senator Brian Lenny is with us, senator out of Nampa. No challenger tonight. He's walking into the general. Do you even know your general opponent's name?
It's a Democrat. Her name is, I think it's Letitia Silva. I think her name's Letitia Silva.
Okay.
I could be wrong, but it doesn't matter because she's not going to win.
She's not going to win.
And that's not me being prideful. That's me being realistic.
Like realistic.
Democrats don't win in Canyon County.
Yeah.
Democrats don't win in most of Idaho because most of Idaho has common sense. So, and you know, Matt, it's interesting. I looked back all the way till in my last election, 2024, the last election cycle.
Yeah.
I wanted to know if my district had ever elected a Democrat. And I looked back and the records went all the way back to 1975. No Democrat senators ever elected. And then up until 1975, there weren't districts. They did it by county.
Yes.
So like Canyon County. So to my knowledge, so I can safely say District 13 since 74, 75 has never elected a Democrat.
Wow.
So,
yeah.
And I don't think they're going to start, unless we get more of these, Democrat crossover people types moving in. So,
well, that was an interesting thing this year because I know crossover voting in 24 was a big thing because they were actually actively publishing op-eds and telling people, hey, if you are an unaffiliated or if you're a Democrat, go over or stay unaffiliated and then go over and register as a Republican or request a Republican ballot if you're unaffiliated and you're a Democrat and vote in their election because you need to vote for the lesser of two evils. Well, this year I saw at least one op-ed of a prominent person, I can't remember who it was, who said, you know what, the Democrats need to come home and they need to build up their party. They need to do this. And I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that Idaho is getting a third congressional seat in 2030.
Yep.
And I'm looking at this and I need to make sure that we need to shore up so that third congressional seat doesn't become a Democrat seat because that would just be a huge, and it might be a huge wake-up call that Idaho needs, but that would be just a huge problem, not only for this for Congress, but that Idaho would be sending a Democrat in this day and age, because Democrats used to represent Idaho. Frank Church was a Democrat, but they were a different kind of Democrat back then.
I wonder if I would consider Frank Church a Republican today by how far things have shifted.
Yeah, I agree.
I think I saw it was much more prominent in 2024, the crossover voting. I know from what I remember, I was talking to Scott Herndon. He was the senator up in District 1. Then he lost in 2024. He's running again. I guess the polls close in about 10 minutes on his race. So
that's right.
But I believe he lost because of the crossover voting. There were, I forgot the numbers, I don't have them in front of me, but there were I know that's like more your neck of the woods up north, but in Scott Herndon's race in 2024, there were a significant number of crossover voters who And Scott told me a lot of those ballots, the only thing they had marked was his opponent, and all they did is not Scott Herndon and left the rest of the ballot blank.
Right.
So I don't think, I know, I was talking to Scott a couple days ago, actually. I said, how's your race? How are you feeling about your race, District 1 Senate? And he said that you might know more about this than me, but up north, but he said the absentee ballots that they have now were significantly down from what they were in 2024. He said almost by like 1,000 ballots.
Yeah.
So Jim Woodward, the guy who beat Scott, Senator Woodward, who's the senator now, and we'll see what happens at the end of the night, but he won because of he picked up most of the absentee ballots, I believe. So who knows how that race is going to go? If the absentee ballots are way down, that means that the crossover voters aren't coming out and doing that as much this year. I think they were busy kind of yapping about, the abortion initiative and trying to legalize weed. So they probably looked at that and said, yeah, we're not going to come out and pretend to be Republicans anymore. We're going to go try and legalize weed and abortion. So we'll see how it goes. I'm overly optimistic about I think it's going to be a net positive after tonight for,
I think so too.
For conservatives. I could sit here and I think there's races who I'm fairly confident in. I think, for instance, like Lucas Kaler and Kent Marmon are going to win easily in District 11.
You do, because Lucas Kaler barely won in 22. It's a different opponent this year. But
it is, but I think Caldwell really likes the incumbents they have now.
Okay.
So I could be wrong. Well, I guess we'll see, right?
Yeah.
There's I think Steve Tanner's going to win by double digits, I hope, in Nampa District 13.
That would be great.
But there's a lot of people who have been opposed the last few elections who right now have no opponent. So it's kind of nice. This is my first primary night since 2022 where I'm just like, this is a great night. I haven't been stressed all day, kind of do whatever I want.
Were you stressed in 22 though?
2022,
because you were obviously the underdog. You were an unknown.
2022, the
politically unknown.
The guy I took out was underwhelming. So he didn't even campaign. He literally didn't campaign.
Right.
And so in 2022, even though I'd never run for anything or did a campaign before, I was about 85% sure I was going to win. We knocked so many doors.
And it's because of that. That's why you were confident.
We knocked.
Yeah.
Are we? Yeah. I'm just going to keep it PG.
Yeah.
We knocked a lot of doors. So 2022, I wasn't worried about it because I did all the work. I went for the guy's head and cut it off, and he lost by 15%. 2024, that's when I was nervous because they spent like $400,000 to try and get me out of my seat. So, but hey, 2026 is great. I'm going to win. No stress. Here with some of my friends.
Yeah.
Here with some people who don't like me. Here with some people I don't like. It's a great night. Yeah.
Oh, man. Now, okay, let me ask you one final question, because when you came into the Senate in 22, those first 2 years were very difficult for you. You had a lot of great ideas. You had a lot of bills. It seemed like you were getting the door shut in your face because you were so, Brian Lenny firestorm. I don't think you've changed who you are at all. But the first bill out of the gate in 24 was the anti-SLAPP legislation.
Yeah.
And that just started an entire run of legislation that you got behind that the governor signed.
Yeah.
What was your method of operation in not losing who you are, but continuing to or starting to then have successes?
That's a good question, because I've got that question from some form of that question from a lot of people, including people who don't like me and who might now be like neutral towards me or like, I don't care. The thing is, I don't care if anyone likes me or not anyway. But I think you come in with this whole, a lot of new people, and you come in with this whole, liberty warrior mentality and all this kind of stuff, which is great, right? But you like I talked about earlier, you have to sit next to these people.
Yes.
You have to work with these people. If you don't know how to get, you've probably heard this saying 36, 18, and 1. To get a bill passed in Idaho, you need 36 Senate votes. Or 36 votes in the House, 18 in the Senate, and 1 governor.
Yeah.
So without that, you're not going to win. So I got to the point, I still have a big mouth and I still say what I feel. And I think you're right. I haven't changed who I am or what I believe, but I've changed my tactics. So I said, I didn't get elected to just sit here and talk about my sacred honor and do all this stuff and, make a bunch of noise. I got elected to get things done for Nampa and also for Idaho.
Right.
So if people have entrusted me with representing them and getting things done for the people, and if I'm not getting a lot done, although I will say, Matt, in 2023, my first session, I got my very first bill passed that had to do with discrimination by CPS against vaccine status.
Yes.
So I did get stuff done, but the first 2 years were rough. We had the whole establishment trying to cut our heads off, but I just said, man, I need to change my tactics. That politics, no matter what anyone says, politics is the art of compromise, and by that I mean compromising the way you do things, not compromising your principles. You should never compromise your principles, but you should compromise your tactics. So I said, hey, you know what? I need to change. I need to maybe be a little less abrasive, just a little less abrasive. Not, I still have to be me.
Please, yes. Exactly.
But I mean, the reality is whether people want to admit it or not, the reality is if someone doesn't like you, and I'm not like this, but I think the majority probably of legislators are, like, I'll vote for a bill. If something's a good idea, I'll vote for it. If it's a bad idea, I'll vote against it. I don't care if they're my friends. I vote for the bills, not the personalities. And got a lot of fans walking by here.
Oh, a lot of fans. Yes.
A lot of fans walking by. A lot of great people out here.
That's great.
But I guess the reality is a lot of people, if they don't like you, they won't vote for your bill.
Right, just straight out. Even if it's a good bill.
Yeah.
Even if it's one that would have been carried by somebody else.
That's unfortunate, but that's the reality. So I said, you know what? I need to maybe play nicer with some people. And not in a fake way or a disingenuous way. I just need to be a little less abrasive and be a little bit more amicable. And then when you do that, people, the hilarious thing, you have all these, there's a lot of screamers and all these like noisy people online and offline, but mostly online, who, if you're friendly with someone or have dinner with someone or talk to someone, they're like, oh, you're a sellout. I'm like, I'm a sellout just because I talk to the person I sit next to every year. Like, what are you talking about? Like, I get along great with the Democrats in the Senate, and probably I don't know most of them in the House, but in the Senate I get along great with the Democrats. That doesn't mean I agree with them on. We agree on some things.
I mean, we have neighbors who think different than us, and we're friendly with.
Yeah,
it's just people. It's just you got to be. Friendly people.
To your point, you know what I tell people all the time? They say, "Well, how could you talk to this guy or have dinner with this guy?" Or just the most juvenile, asinine things that people get mad about.
Yeah.
Mostly online on Twitter. I say, look, you go to a job, right? Say someone with a normal kind of 9 to 5, like a normal person job. If you go to work every day with someone and you have to sit next to them in a cubicle and you find out they don't believe the exact same thing you do politically, do you just stop working? No, you have to work with them.
Mm-hmm.
You still have to have a relationship, So that's kind of what I did, and it worked out really well. Last year, I think was, I haven't been around Idaho politics that long, but I've been told, and from what I've seen, it was last year we did whatever the hell we wanted to as far as conservatives. This year is a lot different. I think people are getting like kind of a MAGA hangover, or there's a lot of stuff happening, but you're not going to get anything done if people don't like you. That's the bottom line. I think if you're running for office, or if you're watching this, or you're thinking about running for office, go read the book. And this is funny coming from me. I realize that someone just gave me double middle fingers. I'm not going to say who it was. But you guys would be shocked if you saw who did it.
I missed it. Wow.
People should read the book, How to Win Friends and Influence People, because that's how politics works. You have to get along with people. If everyone hates you and you annoy everyone, they're not going to vote for your stuff.
No, that's true. Good stuff from Brian Lenny. All right, it's 9 o'clock. It's 9 o'clock in the south, 8
Polls
o'clock
are closed,
up north.
baby.
Polls are closed across the state. Cue the video. Cue the election video. So we can just take a break.
This election is crazy, right?
It is finally election night.
This election is on every channel. This election is about emotion.
Primary elections are over.
So when the election's over.
Come on, the election's over. The election's over.
Election ain't over. Election is out of control.
When the election is over, you'll probably be good friends.
This election is like a dream.
Election's over.
The election's over.
It's over.
The election is long over.
I'm just glad it's over. Now that the election's over.
Well, I'm sure glad that's over.
Yeah, that's over. Friends again?
Oh, I'm just glad it's over.
Wow, I'm glad that's over.
Well, I'm glad that's all over.
It's over with.
I'm just glad it's over.
So am I.
Yeah, just glad it's over.
I'm still glad it's over.
So.
Glad it's over with, Benson.
That's a wrap.
All right. So, yes, it is.
Are we back?
We're back.
Okay.
It's the top of the hour. The polls are officially closed, folks. Aren't we here? We're here. We're finally here. The polls are closed.
The election's done. Everyone go to sleep now.
North and South, we're done. We don't have any exact results right now. However,
We do have
say
some. I'm winning.
I was
for
just about
sure.
to say we
Yes.
are here to announce that Senator Brian Lenny has won his primary.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Idaho.
Senator Brian Lenny. Also, if we're going from the north, Senator Phil Hart, Senator Cindy Carlson, Senator Carl Bierke,
Tammy
Senator
Nichols.
Tammy Nichols, Senator
Who's over
Ben
here
Taves.
somewhere? Yeah.
Here she comes. But all the folks obviously uncontested have won their primaries tonight. I think that even in the room, Benjamin Chaffetz is here. He's running in a solid Democrat, so he's about to lose in the general. But he won his primary tonight.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll have him over to get the opposite side of being in a district where you know you're going to lose as a Republican. I mean, that's awful, right?
Kudos to him for doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So, any predictions now that the polls are closed? And you don't have to influence anybody on their vote. I mean, where do you see the
now
governor?
that I'm done influencing all the people who watched for the past 20 minutes.
Yes. Well, I mean, the big enchilada, the governor. Who do you see as who do you think? Do you think?
I think Little's going to win.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan. I think the feeling's probably mutual. But
Do you guys have a relationship? Have you met?
I've never even had a conversation with the man.
Wow.
He's never invited me out for coffee. I feel kind of hurt by that. But the feeling's probably mutual. But but what's funny is eventually I'll probably maybe have a conversation with him.
Yeah.
There's no bitterness or animosity. It's just like, cool, man. We're on different teams. Whatever.
Right.
Who cares? It's
Right.
welcome to politics, right? But I think my prediction is Little's going to win. How many people were in the governor race? There was like 11.
Yeah, we had that
for the primary. Yeah.
Yeah, in the primary, you had Brad Little, Mark Fitzpatrick, Lisa Marie.
Do we have preliminary results coming in?
Yeah, we do have some preliminary results. We have 2% reporting.
2%.
And 63% for Brad Little and 23%.
Yeah.
23%. Is that correct, REA? Yeah. I mean, we can show. We got here it is. So
look at that.
I want to direct everybody, idahosignal.com/results. If you go to idahosignal.com and click the big banner, you'll get our results page. So,
That's nice.
So look how beautiful that is.
We should make that. Can we make that bigger? Can we make that one bigger?
This one over here?
So it's just the full.
Yes.
That's good. Yeah, I can read that now. I'm an old man.
I can't.
I should probably have
control it,
reading
so.
glasses at all times, but
yeah, I'm
just gonna wait till I crash a car or something.
I'm in the same boat here.
Yeah.
Raul Labrador has won his race. He's on the other side of the screen there.
Clearly, yeah. I mean,
yeah.
I think if you go down and start naming names, some of them I'll have no idea. Some of them I might have some sort of subjective thought, but
yeah, well,
I'm just a guy with a microphone talking out of my ass. So what do I know?
Well, in the governor's race, Brad Little's biggest opponent was Mark Fitzpatrick. He was traveling across.
Who's in the room
state.
right now?
He is in
right?
the room.
Or he was. I saw him somewhere.
Don't know. Yeah, so maybe we'll get a reaction from him as well if we can find him. But it looks like, I mean, it looks like we're calling it. Are we calling that governor's race? Is that what
that
little
called already?
That little trophy?
Or maybe that means that's who's currently winning. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'm going to get some. That doesn't mean that. I like the little trophy.
Nobody chimp out yet. It's not final, so we gotta wait.
We're just debuting this. I haven't even worked with this.
Yeah. Is this your own?
Folks,
is this your
software? If you only knew what was actually going on over here.
Very few people know what's going on in this brain.
Very few people know what's going on.
I mean, some
in
people
the brain,
do,
on the table, all of it.
It's all over the place.
It's fantastic. But please pick up the book "Run Right" by Cliff Maloney. We've got Mark Fitzpatrick at 20%.
What's the percentage?
I mean, that's nothing in there.
Oh, that's like nobody.
It's 2%.
Yeah, it's too early to call.
5%. Yeah, too early to call.
But I what do you think? I mean, I think Little's going to win for.
Oh, I mean, look, if
Little and all his PACs and money run the whole damn state. So.
Yeah, and in 22, when Janice McGeehan put up a rate, I mean, she ran for a lot longer than Mark Fitzpatrick was running against.
Mark got in kind of late.
He got in kind of late, and Janice was crisscrossed. She was already a known entity. She was the lieutenant governor. She was trying to demask Idaho and all of that, and she only ended up pulling in. There was also another third person, Ed Humphreys, who had a large name.
Yeah,
he had pulled a lot of votes as well.
I didn't mind Ed that much. A lot of people said he was some kind of like Manchurian candidate or something. That's weird to me.
Yeah, no.
But no, I mean, I thought the governor's race in 2022, was a lot more interesting. This one seemed like it was Little, obviously Brad Little. Mark got in pretty late, and everyone else was just like, who? I don't even know who these other people are. Like, They didn't make much of a showing. You know?
No.
Like, nobody knows who they are.
And people run for governor all the time. I mean, you look at the list, look at the list in California. It's like 75 people are running for governor.
Yeah, California is ridiculous down there.
But if we can go, so if we've got this 5% reporting over at Idaho Signal results, you got the Russ Fulcher race.
Yeah, I mean, I think Fulcher and Risch are going to win for obvious reasons.
Yeah, you guys want to scroll to the top there and show the folks how this works?
These guys win over and over for a reason, you know?
Well, what's the reason?
What was that?
Because they're the incumbents.
Well, no.
95% of the time the incumbents win, especially in these races.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of the reason, but also part of the reason is they're part of the
big network,
the Trump machine and the establishment.
Sure.
Like a lot of these races aren't decided in Idaho; they're decided in D.C.
Right.
So to speak. I mean, obviously we go and vote for these people. I was going to say something. I'm not going to say it, but I think a lot of these races are decided in D.C. and then it trickles down to the voters. The money trickles down. The endorsements trickle down.
Right.
But I don't think any congressmen are getting replaced in the primary or the general. I think Little's going to win. I mean, I think it's blows my mind, Matt, that people keep voting for Mike Simpson. If you see
that's Eastern Idaho.
If you see the stuff he posts on Twitter and social media, it's just the most cringeworthy, like embarrassing stuff. He's like a chopped unk and he keeps winning, you know? That's what the kids are saying these days, chopped unk.
I don't even know what that means. That clearly
there's no kids here, so he can't ask.
No kids here.
But no, I learned that term this weekend. But people keep voting for these guys like Simpson. It's like, dude's been in there like a million years and the guy's an embarrassment. If he was here, I'd tell him he's an embarrassment to his face. And if he hears this, he'll know that I think he's an embarrassment. So I'm hoping eventually we can replace some of these guys because I don't think they represent Idaho. You know, they do on paper, but you know, once we did the what was that 17th Amendment when we went from state legislators.
Oh yeah.
Once the state legislature stopped electing congressmen and it went to the people, that's when that kind of gave, in my opinion, that gave Congress permission to just not give a crap about what the people think. Like when we do these bills every year, there are these strongly worded letters and resolutions.
Yeah, the memorials and all that.
They're stupid. It's right-wing virtue signaling. Yeah. And I've even done we're going to write a strongly worded letter to Congress and they're going to listen to us. They don't give a crap what we think, you know. But if the state legislature was actually electing them, then maybe they would. We got Josh Tanner back here, Representative Josh Tanner.
He's like, I'm so glad I'm not on camera right now.
There's so many people giving me thumbs up and blowing me kisses all behind here.
Oh yeah, it's amazing.
Josh, you said what? Oh, he's call you chairman. Josh Tanner said he wants to be called Chairman Tanner. Sorry, excuse me. So but yeah, I mean,
there it is.
These congressional races, they're not going to change.
They're not
the
gonna
same
change.
guys are going to be there till they die or retire.
All right, so let's provide this coverage. So we've got 4 or 5% in. We got Russ Fulcher in a commanding lead. We've got Mike Simpson in a commanding lead. We got Senator Jim Risch in a commanding lead. Obviously, Raul Labrador, as we scroll down, has no opponent. He won his race. Brad Little's, again, these are very early. I mean, it's only a few thousand votes.
It's early.
Here. Very early. And then the rest of the constitutional officers, as they say, are all unopposed. What do you make of that this year? That all these folks went unopposed?
if you could see, the meme or the emoji. Where's the camera? Is the camera on?
Yep, right there.
Wait, am I on the camera right now, or are they looking at the screen?
Oh, no, they're looking at the thing.
Okay, the emoji where it's just the straight face. That's what I make of that. I think.
Yeah.
I left them all blank on my, except Labrador. I like Raul, but I left them all blank. I'm like, when someone runs unopposed, it drives me crazy. Even though I'm running unopposed, I'm like, leave it blank. I'm gonna win anyway. It doesn't matter. But
I feel like at this level,
at the state,
Did you ever have an inkling to look at these officers and say, I want to take on Phil McGrain, or I want to take on Bedke, or did you have any of that go through your mind?
No,
Okay.
not currently. I mean, the only one that would even. No, I mean a lot of those. So like lieutenant governors, like vice president, it's not a full-time, very involved thing where like treasurer, AG, superintendent, Debbie probably does the most, and the control. Most of those are full-time, Monday through I'm work, but
and it's
the only one that
it's
would
a real
even
salary and the whole deal.
And I think the lieutenant governor makes like $52,000 a year,
right?
But that's not a full-time kind of thing. The only real work, besides giving speeches and doing stuff like that, it's just like vice president. It's more, but
presides over your guys.
Lieutenant governor does a lot of work during the legislative session. He resides over the Senate and tells me to shut up sometimes, but it's all in good fun. Slaps my wrist when I cross the line, but I mean, I have zero political ambition at this level currently, but the only one that would even slightly interest me would be lieutenant governor or up, but I'm not doing that. So
yeah,
the other ones, it's like, I'd make more money staying at home kind of thing.
All right, well, let's look it up here. We've got some results in the state legislature, and again, not results. We've got some numbers coming in, so let's look at that. In the if we scroll down, it looks like in the state legislature, Mark Sauter and Jane Sauter. These are very early tallies.
Brother and sister. That's a crazy race right there.
Only about 2,200 votes have come in. Same thing over in the Cornell Razor Chuck Lohman race. But you're seeing that both incumbents. Yeah. Both incumbents are.
There we go. Now I can read it.
Are doing okay. But again, this is just. I mean, this is so preliminary.
What do we got? And
it's no results.
Nothing in Canyon yet. It looks like. What's anything from 13?
And these are all
Daffer, Steve Tanner. Yeah.
Daffer. Yep,
Canyon County is still asleep at the wheel.
Let's see.
But it's very early. I'm being.
We're gonna call
overly harsh. Heather Scott wins 100% of the vote. 100%. Wow.
There it is.
Look at
that. This is a good race here, though. Dale Hawkins. We're gonna watch that. Obviously, there's only 142 votes have come in.
Yeah, still very early, or 0% on most of these.
Yeah. This is another close watch here in Ada County. Greg Furch, Kelly Walton, another expensive race here. Kelly Walton was endorsed and by the retiring legislator. John Vanderwood.
Kelly was?
Kelly was endorsed.
Yeah, interesting.
And Greg had that. Oh, there's some numbers came in.
Results just came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Can we scroll up again?
It says 100%, but that can't be right. Is that right? 100% for District 22A? So we're going to check that because that's a close.
Let's scroll back up then. Did they all kind of jump up there?
Oh, yeah. We got a lot of stuff coming in here.
Okay.
So, 50%, 50%. Let's look at the little 11% for the governor race. So, it's coming in. But let's go back down to 22 because that's an interesting race there. It says 100%. So, we're going to double check on that and make sure that that's correct.
That was quick.
We're not going to call races like they do over at Fox News and CNN, before anything happens.
Let's scroll back up to Canyon. Did any of those populate? 10, 11, 12, 13
let's
area?
Look at, there's 13. That one is still not reporting yet.
Still
so what's
nothing.
going on in Canyon County?
Canyon County, they always report very
card?
late. I mean, the election results have historically came in like fairly late in the day for Canyon County.
All right. Do they do hand counting in
Canyon?
I don't know. So we'll confirm what we see here on some of these
that's
numbers.
Interesting. There's
we'll
only
the rest here.
Chris Bruce seems to be what's percentage?
Yeah, with 33% in. Chris Bruce has a 30,
I
about
expect
20%.
Chris Bruce to win.
I hope so. That's kind of a rematch there. Melissa Durant was in there before. Here's some of Clint Hostetler. That way you don't have any numbers there. Another race to call. Lyle Johnstone wins the Republican nomination for District 26.
Wow. Oh, we got a speech going on in the background here.
Yeah, let's we're gonna plug into this and listen to Dorothy Moon for a moment.
All right.
Thank you so much for being out here for our May primary election watch party. Results are starting to come in. I know that we've got a lot of phones. People are looking at their phones to see what's happening. We're going to be, we'll try to keep this area open so everybody can see this as stuff comes in. Where's Brian? Almond, where's he at? Oh, there he is. Sorry. Okay, so Brian's going to be kind of manning this, and the minute we have any election results, we'll let you know who's won. The other thing is we do have a lot of candidates here. You guys raise your hands. Candidates. I saw Jared Crane. Okay. There's Ben Chaffetz over here. Rob Beiswinger, who took my seat over in District 8. There's Phil Reynolds back here. Oh, there's Josh Tanner over here. Okay, everybody, just scream out your names, you guys, because go ahead.
Brian McKellar.
Okay, tell them what district you're from.
32.
Okay, you guys, he came all the way in from District 32, Southeast Idaho, and that's one really tough area. Give him a big applause. Who's anybody farther? Then, oh, no, okay, there's Josh. Hi, Josh. There's Josh Kaiser. Who else? Let's see. Raise your hand. Shout your name out if I'm not looking at you. Okay. There's Steve Almer right there. Hi, Steve. You're hiding behind the post. Okay. And who? Anybody else? Not yet. Oh, hi there. Anyway. Okay, you guys. We got a lot of good candidates that are running. We're going to see how it all comes out. This has been the ugliest campaign season I think all of us have ever seen. We've never seen more mailers. We've never seen more text. We've never seen more emails. And the sad thing is a lot of them were not telling you the truth. So let's see if all that door knocking, which I would like to give a big shout out to Matt Edwards in the back with Citizens Alliance of Idaho. Matt has been instrumental in getting door-to-door knockers to tens of thousands of homes around this state. And you guys, that's how you win a race. You got to wear off the shoe leather, and they were fantastic at doing that. I'm really proud that he's all the way down here from North Idaho. So anyway, we're going to start watching these results. Please, there's more food. There are rooms down the hall. Attorney General Labrador has a room. Congressman Fulcher has a room. And also Ryan Davidson. Yeah, he's in between both of them. Ryan Davidson has a room with a lot of desserts. Walk on down there. Go get some goodies. Go get another beverage. There's drinks over here. We have a great bar service going on. Get ready for a few hours of excitement. We'll let you know the minute we get results in on any media. Anything else, Brian? Is that it? Okay, thank you so much for being here. This is great.
All right, that was Dorothy Moon, chairwoman of the Idaho State GOP, giving a first sort of a brief remarks and trying to identify all of the candidates and challengers and incumbents and so forth in the room. And I'd love to have them come through here too. Definitely want to hear from Rob Beiswinger. He's one of the folks that has a challenger. Brian McKellar as well, who's challenging Aaron Bingham out in Idaho Falls. Definitely want to talk to him. All right. Are we, it looks like, are we frozen a little bit or what happened here? We lost. I don't know. I don't know if this is working. We lost this. I can't read that, sir. I don't know what that said. Hey, we lost like it was out of focus and all that. So I don't know. We're live, so anything could happen. But yeah, we'll do it live. All right. Well, how about this, folks? Why don't we do this? Let's take a short break. We have another word from Dorothy.
Is sitting in the back of the room with a lot of great America 250 merch. We also have some 2-ounce silver bullets. We also have some swag, some pins. You guys, this is some really good quality stuff. Again, we're trying to make some money. And now, Gene Moore, if everybody has seen those gorgeous cakes over there, Gene makes these cakes all the time. You can eat Raul Labrador's face because that is sugar. That is sugar. And that's a chocolate cake. What Gene has decided is so that we can make some money. I do want you to know your platinum sponsor for this event was Senator Risch, and please give him a big round of applause. He is very generous in helping to put this event on. We also had 3 gold sponsors. Raul Labrador was one of them, of course, Senator Crapo, and also Congressman Fulcher. All of these folks have put some nice money toward helping to put this event on. But now, Gene, I have no idea how many eggs are in this cake. How many of you have had Gene's cakes at the Lincoln Days? They are delicious. They're great cakes. If you want to buy a dessert for your table, or maybe even share with a couple other tables, let's auction off these 4 humongous cakes, and then we'll go ahead and get eating on them while we're waiting on these results to come in.
Now this is chocolate. The others are yellow. And they're very moist, and they were just baked yesterday.
They were just baked yesterday. Okay. This is the only chocolate one. Yes, this is the only. Can I get $100 for this cake? We have $100 right here with Steve. Can I get $125 for the cake? I got $100 for a chocolate cake. Man, I'm glad I know you, Steve, because I'm hoping I get a bite of it. Who else wants to bid on this cake? We got $100. Do I see $125? $100. There goes the chocolate cake. Going once. Going twice. $125 here with Mike Hahn. Okay, we got $125. Thanks, Steve, for spotting for me. Can I get $150 for the chocolate cake? $150 for the chocolate cake. I'm glad I know Mike, too. I'm going to get a bite of that cake. $150. Mike's got it for $125. $150 over here to Steve. Oh, Steve's not going to let it go. Steve's got a chocolate cake for $150. Can I get $175? $175 for this cake. That's $150 right now. Do you want to give $175? $175. Oh my gosh. Hey, yay. Yeah, I got $200. I got $200. I see $225. $225. 200 going once, twice, sold. Okay, Steve. Love you, Steve. You're a great friend. That is a very heavy cake. Okay, we're going to auction off another cake. Steve, you better be careful. That's heavy. Heavy cake. Jean, do you want to do another one? We got to get another dessert going. She's going to go grab a nice, beautiful yellow cake. Here are you getting? Who's our next cake? You can have your cake and eat it too. Here we go. All right, we do have some paper plates. Hey, Laura, if you can get them the paper plates, that'd be great. Oh, my goodness. It's Senator Risch. Again, Senator Risch was very generous on this event. You guys, can I get $100 for the Senator Risch cake? $100 for the Senator Risch cake. It's a yellow cake. $100. Oh, right behind you. Are you bidding? No? Oh, no, it's pretty heavy. It's pretty heavy. Dirk's giving $100 for the cake. Oh, gosh, I know him, too. I'm going to get cake. I'm going to get 2 cakes. There you go. I got $100 back here with my husband. Thanks, Star. Can I get $125? $125. Was that you, Laurel? Laurel had her hand up. $125. No, you're bidding, lady. You're on it. Okay. Did I see $125 for Senator Risch's cake? $125 for Senator Risch's cake. $100 going once, twice, sold. Good job, dog. That's oh, my birthday's Sunday. You're something else, dog. Thanks for making my cake. Okay, Senator Crapo. We got a Senator Crapo cake. Okay, yellow cake. It's a yellow cake. Hey, you people in the back, let's get in on these desserts. Okay, Steve, tell those people we're bidding on this cake. Crapo cake. Crapo cake. Okay, can I get $100 for Senator Crapo's cake? $100. $100 for Crapo's cake. Was that $100? No? Okay. Hey, Darn, where are you going with my cake? He's gone. Get back here and buy me another cake. Okay, anybody, Crapo cake? Can I get $50 for Senator Crapo's cake? $50, you guys. You'll be popular with your table. Okay, Josh, got me $50 for the Crapo cake. Can I get $100 for the Crapo cake? Senator Crapo would love you. $50? I'm losing the crowd. God, you guys don't like sweets. Okay, 100? 100 for the Crapo cake. Can I get 150? 150 for the Crapo cake. It's a delicious yellow cake. Delicious yellow cake. Delicious yellow cake. Going once for $100. Going twice. Sold. Crapo cake goes right over here to that lucky table.
So Lynn wants vultures. So goes Lynn.
Okay, Lynn, Senator, does not, Lynn, we've got Senator Crapo gone. The last one is Congressman Vulture. Thank you. I love those Franklins. Love those Franklins. Lynn, okay, we have Russ Vulture's cake. Can I get $100 for the, back there, we got a lot of activity for Russ Vulture. We got $100 back there. Can I get 150? 150 right here. Can I get 200? $200, 150 my con. $200 for this big, beautiful yellow cake with Russ Vulture. You can eat his face. You can eat all of it. Okay, we got 150 here with my con. That table's gonna love it. Okay, I've got 150 going once. 175. 175. There we go. Thank you for that. We got 175. Can I get 200? $200 for Russ Vulture. This is a big one. He gave 200. 225. We got 225. How about 250?
All right, folks. We're going to pull back from the auction here, and we'll take a short break. We've got Brian Allman on deck to look at some results here, and we will have some more results to share with you as Idaho Signal remains on the air for this election night coverage.
To the white water runs on the Payetteru. Golden potatoes, farmer stands strong. Cattle and dairy, they're feeding us all. From Boise nights with the bright city glow to Dakota.
There is nothing in the Constitution that has a wall of separation between the church and the state.
Idaho is the dirt under your fingernails after an honest day's work. Idaho is the hug around your neck when your daughter spells her first word. Idaho is the written word of the law, steadfast and impartial, guarding liberty for all. Idaho is the family rifle passed down, a legacy of protection and the right to stand firm. Idaho is the echo of your own voice, unshaken and free, standing tall among a world silenced. Idaho is the home that's built to weather storms, not empty wallets. Idaho is the quiet trust between a patient and healer, unbroken and sacred. Idaho is the hymn carried by the Spirit, gathering neighbors together in faith and purpose. Idaho is the laughter around a campfire, a family's bond growing stronger with every word. Idaho is the pioneer's will, firm and clear. We govern ourselves, free and unbound. Idaho is what America was. Let's keep it that way. Ask your legislator to sign the Citizens Alliance of Idaho pledge to preserve our shared values. We ride together.
Thank you so much for joining us. I got a Brian Allman is with us, folks. Here he is, Brian Allman in person. at the event. I got a great text from someone out in Twin Falls area in the Magic Valley watching the program tonight. So hello to everybody in the Magic Valley. Hello, folks across Idaho, from the Panhandle down to the potato farms of Idaho Falls. Oh, those potato farms are churning the potatoes out there in Idaho Falls. Hey, folks, Brian Allman is here. Brian, I know you're glued to the results because you love the data. You love looking at this stuff. Early reports, there's nothing really to call in terms of state legislative races. Obviously, the governor's race, I think, is, it's over. Brad Little will head into the general election seeking a third term. So he has won the Republican ticket nomination, if you will, for the governor for seeking a third term. What do you think?
Well, so far, like you said, not much substantive to report. The horse race nature of election night returns is a little misleading because you see your candidate is either ahead or behind in the early returns, and you think, okay, well, they can make it, and it's like they're going back and forth. And really, all the votes have been cast right now.
Yeah.
And all they're doing is reporting the early and absentee voting now, and the election day voting is just starting to trickle in. So it is a bit misleading, and you can get lost in there. I saw that Chad Christensen is winning his race by 48-40. So way too early to make any determinations, but still, it's exciting for people in this world.
Yeah, right now it's kind of like just looking at, what did this neighborhood think?
Yeah.
What did that neighborhood think? Folks, if you go over to idahosignal.com, you can click the main headline there, or idahosignal.com/results, and check out our board and see if we're standing up to what you're getting from voteidaho.com and their the Secretary of State's website. I have no idea, but we want to hear your feedback on this stuff. It's cool because you can click between Republican, Democrat. You can look at just the federal races, the legislative races, and that sort of thing. So that's kind of cool. I do wonder, though, in the Democrat race for governor, I don't know if that's in there yet. Doesn't look like it's.
I was looking
federal.
at that one.
And just for a little boops and giggles, the governor race is Terry Pickens. She's the obvious. Going to be the obvious choice for Democrat, but there was a few others running, notably Instagram famous Maxine Durand, who is he decided to change genders and present himself as a woman and run for governor of Idaho. How do you think that's going to work out?
Well, so far, as you can see on the screen, the individual is right now in third place in the Democrat primary. So it's a reminder that online is not the same as real life.
Right.
You see that all the time where people get a big following online. They get a lot of attention, a lot of engagement, and then they come into the real world of an election and do not perform very well.
Right. What's interesting, though, to note, and joking aside about the Democrat ticket here, is that there are a lot of Democrats running. There's a lot of and I'd be curious to go back and look in 2022 what type of Democrat turnout for the governorship was, and compare it to what we're going to see tonight, because if the whole crossover issue that's been happening in the last few years, where Democrats remain unaffiliated and then they request a Republican ballot. If you are unaffiliated and you're voting in the Democrat primary, that means you're not voting in the Republican primary.
Right.
And so we might see a lot more cleaner results in the Republican Party because of these non-crossovers this time, don't you think?
For sure. If you're a Republican, a real conservative Republican, you want competitive Democratic primaries because the Democrats will all stay home, and the unaffiliated, who really are Democrats, they just want to pretend like they're not, they're going to vote in those primaries too because they're concerned about who's going to represent their party. As you see with the governor's race, they had a funny issue 4 years ago in the Democratic primary for governor where the guy who was supposed to be their front runner, he was actually a Republican, the mayor of Sandpoint. And
That's right.
He failed to change his party registration in time, and so he was not on the ballot, which was amusing.
Yeah, very amusing, yes. But I mean, that's what happens. If you want to mess around, you might find out what happens. So All right. Well, let's run through a couple. We'll start at the top here. Let's run through. We did some of this with Lenny when he was on, but we got you here now, and I think you provide a little bit more of a sober analysis at what we're looking at. But again, the top spots, the two representatives, Simpson and Fulcher, marching their way to a victory here. We foresee.
What's
Jim? Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say what jumps out at me there. Viewers can see on the screen the two state representative and the senator race. What jumps out at me is trying to compare the front runner in each with each other. So these are all at least senator and governor are statewide races, and then the two congressional races are half and half. But right now, Senator Risch is sitting at 62%. Congressman Fulcher's at 72%. So he's still pretty popular over here in Congressional District 1. Congressman Simpson's at 60%, and the governor is at 61.5%. So that's just interesting, especially comparing the Senator Risch and the governor. The senator's running just a little bit ahead of the governor, and I don't know if there's really anything to draw from that. It's just, with these races, it's one of the interesting things you can notice.
Yeah, and I think it's not lost on all of us here, especially when we take a look at the governor race again, that when Brad Little's sitting, well, now he just dipped below that 60% with 27% of the vote in. That's 27, at least by our calculations, 27% in. I'm sorry, 25% in, and Brad Little now just at 59.9. You got Mark Fitzpatrick just under 25%, and then some of these other folks. Are you surprised at all at maybe? I mean, Mark Fitzpatrick has really. I mean, here's another person who has a presence online. And he has the ability to travel across the state. He got endorsements from other central committees. He's trekked everywhere, and he's pulling in. This again. It's early, so we have to see how it all shakes out. But he's pulling in an almost 25% of the vote, which I imagine is a lot has a lot to do with this sort of protest vote against Governor Little.
For sure. There's always going to be some number of people who will vote against the incumbent just because they're dissatisfied by something. There's a lot of folks in Idaho who still have not forgiven Governor Little for shutting down the state in 2020, 2021 over COVID. That year, 2022, you had two candidates, Ed Humphreys and Lieutenant Governor Janice McKeon, combined for about 43% of the vote. And the governor himself got about 52%. So, there's always going to be something, but it looks like the governor will increase his percentage. And that was something I was predicting. You look at 2018, the governor got about 37%. 2022, he gets 52%. And now he's probably going to be north of 60%. I think that's a comfortable guess.
You think it's going to lie? Yeah. What do you make about the other statewide offices? Secretary of State, the Treasurer, Lieutenant Governor, even Attorney General. None of them had a challenger. The only one with a challenger in the statewide races was the governor.
That's, I guess we're used to it now because filing period ended 2 months ago. But that was the big surprise of the year. It's the dog that didn't bark. Nobody stepped up to challenge any of these people. The Attorney General Raul Labrador has no challenger. Secretary of State McRae, no challenger. Lieutenant Governor Scott Bedke has no challenger. And if anybody's going to challenge for a statewide race, I think it would be Lieutenant Governor because nobody really knows what the Lieutenant Governor is or does. So it seems like the lowest hanging of the fruit.
Right.
But even then, nobody was willing to step up. You're always going to have people going for governor. It's the top spot. It gets you news. It gets the attention.
Sure.
And it's also, if you are ambitious and really want to make a difference in the state, that's where you want to go because you can make the most difference. But yeah, it is surprising. And I don't know. When you look at precinct committee man races throughout the state, in most of the state, as far as the Republican Party goes, a lot of those races aren't contested, whereas 2 years ago, they were tremendously contested. There was a massive fight, lots of money flowing around. It really seems like this year, there's a lot of, contentment, a lot of, not a lot of willingness to go rock the boat this year.
Yeah, or it's been concentrated on some races. I mean, I'm sure there's some of you out there that can't believe how many mailers have dropped in their box. I mean, I get told that people have received upwards of 15, 25 mailers on one candidate, whether it's pro or against. In my house, I kind of received I mean, none of my folks, the folks that were around the legislator, were had any competition, so I wasn't inundated with that kind of mail. But I know as an organization that does send out, and we sent out a few bits of mail, but it's the door knocking. It's all about the door knocking, and if you can do the work, and go out and door knock, I'm convinced you can win. I mean, we see it all day. We see it in District 15. We talked earlier about how Representative Steve Birch, the Democrat, goes out there and knocks doors all the time in a pretty much what could be a Republican district, but wins as a Democrat. So it just shows the power of door knocking, folks. And that's why, real quick plug, Run Right. Hey, who wants to have one of these books right now? If you're a candidate, you got to come up here. I'll give you one of these books. You got to be a good patriot, though, to get one of these books. All right, let's look at some of these other races. And I want to get word from, I don't know if at some point get word from the guys. Is it even worth saying that these are 50% in and 100% in? We're about, like, we can say that? All right, good. Well, let's look at this one. Let's go up. Let's start backwards, because every time I do this, we start at the top, and we haven't even looked at the bottom yet. Let's go down here to East Idaho. I want to talk through a competitive race, Mike Veely and Chad Christensen. This is for State Representative District 35, and you got about 40% of the vote in, and it's a tight race, 30 or so votes.
Yeah, this is an interesting race because you have Chad Christensen is a former state representative who was in there for a couple of terms. In fact, he got in there in the first place years ago by defeating a longtime state legislator named Tom Lorscher, and he beat him pretty closely. And he was so offended that he filed a write-in campaign to try and win the race in the general election. And Governor Otter at the time even supported him.
Wow.
He earned a censure from the Idaho GOP over that.
Yeah,
but Christensen was in there for a while, and then he was defeated. He took a year off, and now he's back. Meanwhile, Mike Veely, Representative Veely, he was appointed to replace Representative Kevin Andrus.
Right.
So he wasn't in there for the full 2 years. He was just in there for the 2026 session, and so Chad figured maybe he might have a chance, and we'll see.
We'll see where it lands. Yeah. Britt Raybould and Larry Golden are going to duke it out in Madison County. That's District 34, and that's only one county. That's one of the rare districts where it's just everything happens in that one county. So once those results come in, they come in. Let's look up over here. Jolene Berger taking on Marco Erickson. Again, it says 100% of the vote in, but I don't trust that number there. So, but Marco Erickson in the lead. Same thing over here. Barbara Ehart.
There's only about 1,000 votes have been counted there. So
yeah,
we still got some time.
We got a lot of time for that. So what that tells me is that's probably the early votes or the absentee votes, perhaps.
And typically in the past, early and absentee has usually been the more liberal-leaning people, the more Democratic-leaning people.
Right.
That has changed in the last 2 years. A lot of it thanks to your friend Cliff Maloney and his push to get people to bank their vote.
Right.
But I think that probably more or less still holds true in Idaho. That
yes.
Same-day voting, election day voting is going to be the most conservative of the Republicans.
Exactly. Yeah. So that marries right into the Bingham McKellar race, Mickelson Golden race, Furness and Kerry Hanks. So all of these are still fairly close. The closest race last time was
another balloon.
Yeah, I really want to say my tasteless joke, but I'm not going to. Not on the air.
Just pull a Ronald Reagan. You missed.
Yeah, you missed. Yeah. Ben Furryman, Julian Young. This was a race in 2024 that Julian Young lost by 4 votes on election night. I think they did a recount, and then it was 2 votes.
I think it was 10 votes initially, and then they recounted, and it became 4.
And it became 4. Okay, so it went from 10 to 4. So yeah, a very tight race. I think the big difference this go around is Ben Furryman has a record that he has to run on, and that Julian Young was exposing. And I also think that Julian Young, her campaigning this go around was a lot more intense, a lot more focused. She answered criticisms extremely well. She is one of the most calm, statesman-like debaters on the House floor. and watching her campaign to get her seat back, to get back in this seat, was really great to watch. In that same district, Ethan Neff is taking on Julie Van Orden, newcomer Ethan Neff here, new to politics here in Idaho. Don't know how that's going to go. It's neck and neck in Pocatello with Tanya Burgoyne and Jennifer Miles. But folks, here it is. With 752 votes in, Jim Guthrie has an 8-vote lead over Worley. So that is a close, that's what our numbers say here. Jim Guthrie with an 8-vote lead over David Worley with 752 votes in the bank. Is that what you got over there?
Let's see.
So we are...
yeah, that's what I've got here. And that's, personally, that's my top priority race.
Oh, 100%. 100%. I mean, we've been focused on this. We've been talking about it all night with the guests that have been sitting here, as chairman of the State Affairs Committee, stuffing these bills that overwhelmingly pass in the House, stuffing them in the drawer, not allowing even a hearing in fact, I was talking to somebody, a legislator, who said, you know what, I'm thinking of running a bill that says if a bill passes the House by, X amount, by a certain percentage, that it must get a hearing.
I love that idea, but it would get referred to Senate State Affairs and put in the drawer.
Touche. That's why the only way to get through this is defeat. Yeah. Is defeat of Senator Jim Guthrie.
What's really interesting to me is over the past few weeks, seeing the governor, not only the governor and all his money that is behind him, but also 4 other of the constitutional officers, the Controller Wolf, Superintendent Critchfield, Lieutenant Governor Becky, and Secretary McGrain, all went out there and publicly endorsed Jim Guthrie. And they had people on the ground out there knocking doors for him. What is so important about Guthrie that they are working so hard to keep him in office, even though he votes and talks like a Boise liberal? I think the governor has some conservative bones in his body somewhere. I don't think Guthrie does. So why are they working so hard to protect him? I think it's because he protects them. He makes sure that any controversial bill that the governor doesn't want to sign or that senators don't want to have to vote on just goes in the drawer. He'll take the blame, and everybody's happy.
And he'll be safe in his district.
Yep.
So this is the key. I mean, this is what I've been pounding on X and in some of my rants and monologues and so forth. Like this race is so important because it's really going to show us what East Idaho is all about. Because you have a guy who runs as a Republican who says on the record that I'm voting against over $300 million in tax cuts, right? And he's proud of that. And then we showed the numbers. You guys want to bring up that graph again? They showed the numbers where the revenue in the state. I don't know if you saw the latest graph here. Look at April, another spike in the revenue numbers,
yep.
Which means that if the trend continues, and we only have 2 more months left in the fiscal year, that I predict we are going to have another revenue surplus. Whereas a year ago, we were told by the governor that we were in a deficit. We needed to cut 3%. I'm glad we were cutting, but the whole argument by Guthrie was that was based on us not having the revenue and not meeting those projections.
Right. Guthrie was adopting the exact same talking points as Senator Melissa Wintrow and Senator Janie Ward Engelking, the Democrats from Boise, who were saying that you've cut too much, you've cut to the bone. Now people are dying because of these government services that are being interrupted.
Yep.
He was saying the exact same thing. The money belongs to the government, and they might let us keep some, and he regrets letting us keep what the government did last year.
Yeah.
And I don't see how that resonates with the voters in American Falls, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. The same thing with the immigration and those bills. And so that's what I think. We're going to see what American Falls, we're going to see what Legislative District 28 is all about. One of the interesting, to do a hard pivot here, because I want to play this. I want to play this fascinating thing, especially because we had Lenny on earlier. I want to have him back, and we'll tell him that we played this. But let's go through what happened with the teachers union bill, because this was a bill that was fascinating. It was sponsored in the House by Representative Judy Boyle,
yep.
And she has a challenger tonight as well. So we'll look at that race. But it was a bill that essentially kind of kneecapped the teachers unions and their ability to spend taxpayer money to do union activity, and then in turn continue to collect dues and use them for political purposes against Idaho values. Anyway, that bill heads over to the Senate, and it might have normally gone to State Affairs, right? It could have gone.
Oh, that's what happened last year in the
Exactly.
2025 session. The same bill passed the House, went to State Affairs, Guthrie put it in a drawer.
Guthrie put it in a drawer. Exactly. So this year, because Senator Dan Foreman was the chairman of the Commerce Committee, I believe, and he was a co-sponsor on this bill, we said, great, we've got it all set up now. We'll go to his committee where he will run it, and we'll get this thing through. And then all of a sudden he says, no, we're not going to hear it, because he struck some deal with the teachers union or some entity, and then all of a sudden he's not going to hear it. And so we tried like hell to try to get a hearing, but he wouldn't offer any other reasons other than I'm working on something. We're not going to hear this bill. Senator Christy Zittel tried to pull it out of committee onto the floor. It was just a few short vote. She just missed it by a few votes to get that bill out. So Senator Brian Lenny worked behind the scenes to try and take another bill that did pass the House that was going to be up on the floor and do something called a radiator cap. You want to explain that?
So yeah, imagine you're taking your car into the shop and they replace every single part except the radiator cap. That's the only part remaining from your car. And they give it back to you, and okay, you have your car back, and it's fixed. So that's what happens. Senator Lenny took House Bill 516, which was a completely different bill, had passed the House, was waiting on the Senate floor. It was waiting in the amending order to be amended.
Because it got to a committee in the Senate.
And the committee sent it to the amending order.
Right.
And took that bill and made an amendment that struck out everything and inserted the teachers union bill.
Yes. So I want you guys to take a moment, watch this process happen on the floor if you didn't catch it during the session. Check it out.
Senators, next, the committee will have under consideration House Bill 516. Just as a reminder, the debate is limited. The sponsor will have 5 minutes to open debate and 5 minutes to close, and then there will be two senators will be able to speak in opposition, and they will be allowed 5 minutes each. And then there's no roll call, so we'll go to that point. So the committee will now have under consideration House Bill 516. If there are no objections, amendment to the bill will be considered read.
Moved by Senator Lenny, seconded by Senator Carlson, that the amendment to the bill be adopted.
Senator Lenny, you're recognized to open debate and amendment to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So keeping with the theme of the day, this is another radiator cap amendment here. I would like to say that the original bill sponsor is totally okay with this. It's not a hostile amendment or anything like that. So what this amendment does is it says that public school districts should not be able to use taxpayer funds to support teachers unions. That's all this amendment does. And I just want to show you the few things it does here to serve that purpose. So it says school districts may not use taxpayer funds to support teachers unions, and they cannot, it says they cannot contribute public funds directly to a teachers union. They cannot increase a teacher's pay with the understanding that the salary enhancement will be used to pay the teachers union dues. They cannot collect union dues directly from teachers' paychecks. They cannot grant paid time off to teachers to engage in union activities unless, of course, the union reimburses the district for the value of the teacher's time. They cannot provide more personal contact information of teachers to a union that must be disclosed under the Idaho Public Records Act. And the last one, they cannot require or coerce teachers to meet or interact with a teachers union. So that's what this amendment does. The two things it does not do, however, is it does not prevent teachers from forming unions or engaging in collective bargaining with school districts as they do now. And this doesn't cost anything. It should actually produce a modest cost savings or even a revenue increase for several school districts throughout Idaho. So with that, Mr. Chair, debate is open.
Debate being open, is there debate in opposition?
Mr. Chair, debate in opposition.
Senator Foreman.
Thank you. These proposed amendments represent an attempt to radiator cap the bill and thereby circumvent the committee process and the will of the body as expressed in the body's previous vote on the substance of the proposed amendments. I encourage a no vote.
Thank you, Senator. Is there any other debate in opposition? Senator Lent.
Thank you. And as I understand, we only get 2 people, right?
Yeah.
All right. You know, we see this happen occasionally here. We give a little bit, but people tend to go for the jugular here. I'm okay with the issue of what we're spending from, as far as deducting from the checks. That really has, the payroll deduction has decreased significantly over the last years, and the teachers union has really worked to do that. So that's not really the big issue. What I see here in the 1 minute basically that we've had to look at this, on page 2 under definitions, item 5, representative activities, and then item 6, teacher union activities. So if I understand this correctly, it's saying that they cannot participate in these things. So they cannot support or oppose any candidate for federal, state, or local public office, influence the passage or defeat of any federal or state legislation, federal or state, local ordinance, or any ballot measures, promote or solicit membership or participation. E, participate in the administration, business, and internal governments of the teachers union. I, preparing, filing, or pursuing grievances. K, engaging in negotiations in any related mediation. And L, administering a negotiation agreement. And M, participating in labor management committees. I, in my career, had the opportunity to work with representation both in the corporate side and also in the public side as being a school board member for many years. What I've found is that a successful organization has to have employee voice. And what's happened is we have this bias that has been built into our culture that this is all negative. In reality, this employee voice works fairly well throughout our state. And we really do need this. And I will add this, that the good foreman of the, I don't know what number you are.
6.
6, senator from 6. He and I have been working very hard with stakeholders on a new thing emerging in Idaho called Idaho Kids Matter. And the IEA has come to the table and said they want to participate with that. They want to really change the culture of how they're viewed in our state and be positive and be a positive influence for education. This historical perspective of how we view this really needs to change. I think this is a direct shot. They're not only just doing what they're saying, this is a lot deeper than, and in just a few minutes, this is really out of line here. We don't need to go this far.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Lenny, you're recognized to close debate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Debate is closed.
Debate being closed. The question is, shall amendment to the bill be adopted? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those in favor say no. No. Chair's in doubt. All those in favor, please stand. All those against, please stand. The amendment passes. If there are no objections, corrections title we considered read.
Moved by Senator Lenny, seconded by Senator Carlson, that the correction to title be adopted.
Shall the correction to the title be adopted? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed say no. Ayes have it. The correction title will be adopted. Senator Taves.
Mr. Chairman, I move that when the committee rise, it report that it has had under consideration House Bill 516 and return same as amended without recommendation.
You've heard that motion. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed say no. Ayes have it, and that motion passes.
Idaho is the dirt under your fingernails after an honest day's work. Idaho is the hug around your neck when your daughter spells her first word. Idaho is the written word of the law, steadfast and impartial, guarding liberty for all. Idaho is the family rifle passed down, a legacy of protection and the right to stand firm. Idaho is the echo of your own voice, unshaken and free, standing tall among the world's silenced. Idaho is the home that's built to weather storms, not empty wallets. Idaho is the quiet trust between a patient and healer, unbroken and sacred. Idaho is the hymn carried by the Spirit, gathering neighbors together in faith and purpose. Idaho is the laughter around a campfire, a family's bond growing stronger with every word. Idaho is the pioneer's will, firm and clear. We govern ourselves, free and unbound. Idaho is what America was. Let's keep it that way. Ask your legislator to sign the Citizens Alliance of Idaho pledge to preserve our shared values. We ride together.
Hey Idaho, Matt Edwards here. I am finally in Ada County. We are at Eagle City Hall. It is voting day right now. I'm very excited. I just spoke with the polling captain, and she told me that turnout is high. Turnout is high. Turnout is high. That means you're going out and voting. We'd love to see that. We'd love to hear that. I checked back at my county, up in Kootenai County, and turnout was about 13% right now. That's kind of low for Kootenai County, so we want to see those numbers get ramped up. But we're excited. We're excited to be here in beautiful Treasure Valley, enjoying some of the great weather and enjoying seeing some of the great Patriots. So we're going to send it back into the studio to me, right here on Idaho Signal. All right, we are back live at the Idaho State GOP Election Night Watch Party. We'll have some more results coming soon. But right now with me is Sam Russ from the Gem State Brief. Sam, thanks for joining us tonight. I hope you're having a good time at the party. But please tell everybody about what Gem State Brief is all about.
Thanks, Matt. Pleasure to be here. Gem State Brief is a local news media outlet for Idaho by a bunch of younger Idahoans who have done a lot in short-form media for their businesses. We started a book club a couple of years ago, wanted to get politically active and start having an impact on our communities, and saw that there was a niche that needed to be filled with short form content specifically for X and Instagram. So we've created a little bit of a following on both of those sites and enjoying being part of the mix here in Idaho.
Yeah, that's awesome. When we started Idaho Signal, I looked at the landscape of the press in Idaho and how the message gets out there. And the Idaho press is, the legacy press, as I call them. It's just like the national media. They can obviously create the narrative, pick and choose what they want, but most of the time the conservative voice is stifled or it's spun in a way that is completely disingenuous to what we actually believe and want to talk about. So I think we're having an impact. You're way younger than me, so I'm glad to see that the young folks like yourself are out there doing what you said you were doing. What has been the reaction from who your target audience is? I know you guys are growing on X and Instagram, but what has been the reaction when you meet people or when they reach out to you?
Generally it's been very positive. We joke that this whole endeavor was for our moms. They all want to know what's going on in Idaho politics. We're all voracious readers, and we're constantly consuming things, but wanting to surface the right kind of stories. There's a lot of things that are happening, whether it's in the session or out of the session, that need to be highlighted. Issues that really matter for Idahoans, but just don't get surfaced by traditional media outlets. So, Elon Musk did us all a favor by buying X 5 or 6 years ago, really changed the course of history, I think. And that's put a lot of pressure on other outlets, including Instagram, to just open that window a little bit further and give room for solid content like ours and yours.
Yeah. When you first, I guess like when people go to, do you want them to go to your website? Do you want them to be on Instagram? I mean, I know you're talking to short form content, and sometimes like people don't even know websites exist. They just follow people on social media. So what's the best way to follow what you're delivering? Because I want people to be there.
Yeah. If you want to just watch videos and you like your content in 60 to 90 second bites, Instagram or X is probably the place. We do a weekly newsletter that's a combination of stuff that we pull together. We curate it all. We put some original content there. And we also have a legislative tracker. So one of the guys in our group is very tech savvy, built out a bill tracker that a lot of people have been using. We've got a lot of good feedback on that. We have a voter's guide. We have a cool infographic if you want to place yourself on some kind of a Randian landscape.
Yeah, here it is right here.
So there's all sorts of stuff there. It's really been helpful. We've had a lot of positive feedback from legislators. The LSO website is just pretty terrible. We got really frustrated trying to find stuff and where bills were at in process. And so we've built a nice interface to just give you a little bit more visibility as to what's going on.
They were just on you guys can go back to the voter's guide. I just want to kind of know when you did this voter's guide, is this, go ahead and leave it up. The voter's guide thing. What was this? Walk me through the voter's guide. What did you do here?
Yeah, so we highlight a couple of key races at the beginning. We interviewed a bunch of candidates. So we interviewed Mark Fitzpatrick. That's one that we did here a couple of weeks ago. We interviewed in District 22 and District 23. We had on actually both candidates in the District 22 CA race.
Judges too.
And we interviewed Greg Woodard. Yeah, fantastic guy. Looks like he's in a dogfight there to make the runoff. And then you can click through and there's a full voter guide for most statewide and legislative districts as well.
Oh, very good. And so who was behind your voter guide? Was it just you and your wife, or
we looked at we pulled from a lot of different sources and kind of compared notes. A lot of it is from the conservatives kind of matched up with a lot of what we were doing. So we also had some personalized responses to a form we sent out to a bunch of candidates.
Right. So what's your background? What I mean, you said a bunch of you guys had a book club or a meetup that you did and you decided to jump into this. What's your background in?
Yeah, so moved here when I was 9 back in 2000. So I drove tractor in Meridian Dairy days, ran out of gas in Meridian Dairy days. Not everybody can say that. And grew up on a family farm in South Meridian and moved away in 2011, went to Salt Lake for a couple of years to work in a family business, then was in Denver in 2014, which is when marijuana was legalized in Colorado. Yeah. And so I was there for 8 years. Got to see firsthand what marijuana legalization did to the state. Just really trashed it. I work in industrial automation, and just to see industry really hamstrung by the inability to find people who aren't stoned to come and work. Not to mention all the social issues. So I'd always been involved in politics. I interned for Russ Fulcher when he was Majority Caucus Chair. Done a lot of things in my younger years. But then coming back in 2022 to Idaho, really wanted to help make Idaho great, keep pushing in the right direction for us as a state. I've got 7 kids. I want my kids to grow up in a great state, a great country. It's viewed as part of my responsibility to help make it so.
Holy cow, what a patriot. 7 kids. Josh, come on, man. Let's get up there. I'm done. So I always look at the guys younger than me and go, come on.
It's easy to shout now that you're done, right?
Oh, yeah, that's it. Yeah. And I didn't get anywhere near 7. Okay. So what's next then? You're looking across the landscape. You made your endorsements. What do you think's next for Idaho? I mean, obviously we see Governor Little coasting into what's going to be his 3rd term if he defeats the Democrat in November. But looking at the state legislature, where so many things happen there that affect our daily lives, I mean, how do you think conservatives are going to fare from the Magic Valley to the eastern part of Idaho and up in the Panhandle?
Yeah, I mean, it's no secret that we've had a lot of infighting on the Republican side of the aisle.
Sure.
This was a pretty nasty campaign season. I don't know that it's that atypical, but there's 3 distinct factions right now. And I think it's looking like there might be some consolidation there potentially. I hope that we can move the needle in some of these races that are still not yet decided. Have my eye on the Worley-Guthrie race as a big one. I don't know. I was hoping for a better start out of the gate for Worley, but so much still to be decided tonight. We're about halfway through counting some of the last statistics that I saw. A lot hangs in the balance. Is the Libertarian wing going to continue to pick up steam, or is there, maybe more of your America First type conservatives going to be in the vanguard of the conservative movement? Being in Idaho politics going back all the way to 2004, which is when I started paying attention, we definitely have shifted to the right, which is encouraging.
Sure.
I think the trajectory is solid. It's never as fast as we want it to be, right? But politics is a long game. So I think regardless of what happens, we have to keep pushing. We have to keep educating people. I mean, the latest stats that I saw, about 27% turnout today, somewhere in that range, which is honestly higher.
Statewide? Yeah, that's great.
That's higher than typical for a primary.
Yeah.
It's still crazy that you're basically voting for 4 people if you show up to a primary.
Right.
And that's really what we're trying to do at the Gem State Brief. We started with some video that we took at the Charlie Kirk rally. We actually filmed the scuffle. That was our guys that captured that footage, if you remember, back in September.
Yes.
So kind of on a lark, started pushing more content out, and we'll see where that journey takes us from here.
Yeah, good. No, you got to keep staying on it, and I'm so glad that you got to come out tonight and head over here. Where can people? What are the actual handles and stuff for Gem State Brief?
Yeah, follow us at Gem State Brief on X, and also on Instagram. We've got both of those. You can follow me at Sam Rust, and we also tag a bunch of our other handles and contributors there. So.
Do I follow you on X at Sam Rust? Because I got the Gem State Brief for sure. Is it just SAM?
Yep.
RUST?
RUST.
Where are you? There you are. Oh, we follow each other.
There we
Very
go.
good.
There we go.
Excellent.
Awesome.
All right, Sam, thanks so much for dropping by, brother.
Thanks for coming. I appreciate it.
Yeah, excellent. All right, guys. Big hand out to Sam. Let's take a look at the room here and see what's going on. Oh, look in the corner. Look who that is. Bruce Scott. Bruce Skog hanging out in the corner. Maybe we can get him over here in a little bit to say hi and whatnot. I do want to make sure that we get Representative Josh Tanner. I don't know if he's still here, but maybe we can get. That'll be great. So let's take a look at the room. How you doing? Good. This is for you. We have a special guest who's sitting with us. We're always live, so we got to get on here. Folks, we got a special guest here. Attorney General Raul Labrador joins us. Thank you so much for joining us, Attorney General. How do you address an Attorney General, by the way? Do you say general? Do you say attorney?
I like people to call me Raul. So
come on. All right, Raul, here we go.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations on your stunning victory tonight.
Well, thank you.
How do you feel?
I've been sweating all day.
Yes.
So, actually, I think in 20 years of running for office, the first time I don't have an opponent in the primary.
That was going to be one of my questions.
Yeah. I need to go back and look, but I think it's the first time.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now you hit the gate early to raising money, traveling the state, delivering your successes and so forth, and then we were kind of waiting to see if who would jump in and oppose you, but it wasn't just your race that you didn't get opposed. So outside of the governor, all the other statewide races, no opposition. What have you ever seen that before?
I've never seen that, and there's some speculation that everybody's kind of holding because there's going to be some changes in the next 4 to 8 years.
Sure.
So everybody was just staying put.
Okay.
And that's one of the reasons that people are giving. But it was interesting. I've never seen a statewide election like this where there's only one challenge.
Right.
Person.
And I wasn't surprised at the governor's challenge.
Yeah,
because
they
everybody
always do.
Everybody. I mean, look at California. There's like 75 people running for governor out there. Okay, so then when you look, to touch upon what may happen in the future, I think you're alluding to everything from Trump on down, right? We don't know what 2028 is going to look like. We don't know what 2030 is going to look like when we redistrict, right? Because we're getting another.
There's going to be a new congressional seat.
Yes. How do we protect that seat?
Well, first, I don't know if your viewers understand this, but Idaho actually has a commission, what they call a bipartisan commission on redistricting.
Yes.
And it's divided 50-50. There's 3 Republicans and 3 Democrats. in a state that is overwhelmingly Republican. I think that's a bad idea.
Mhm.
I think the legislature should be looking at this. They should be maybe adding one seat to that commission. That has to be done through a constitutional amendment.
Okay.
Or even looking at maybe getting rid of the commission and going back to the decision being made by the legislature.
That's what I was going to ask, because
Yeah.
that rule or the committee that does it, that came about in the late 90s, correct?
It did.
And so before that, it was the legislature was the one
Correct.
that did
Correct.
that. Okay. And I do also recall that when they redrew the legislative districts every 10 years
Mhm.
for population and everything, that people can submit maps and give
They
their
can,
ideas
yes,
and all that.
yes.
Is it similar with the congressional as well, or is it just?
It's with everything. So
Okay.
it's actually kind of fun. One of my first jobs in politics was the first commission that Idaho had. I was like a brand new young attorney that had just graduated from law school. And somebody asked me to be the spokesman for the Republican Party on redistricting.
Okay.
And honestly, back then I was like, what's redistricting? You're asking me to do something I don't know anything about.
Right.
So I
right.
got to know everything about redistricting, everything about the new redistricting commission, about the makeup, what the position of the Republican Party was on redistricting,
Okay.
how we were going to have a fair system. So it was actually interesting to be just thrown into the fray in something that I didn't really understand a lot about.
Yeah. Trial
But I
by
got
fire.
to know a lot about how the process works.
Right. Yeah. That's great. All right. So let's talk about Attorney General stuff. You had a very fascinating legislative session in the sense that, over last summer, there was this panic that we weren't going to raise enough revenue and that we were going to have a budget shortfall. So all departments had this like 3% cut. The legislature comes back, says that they want to add on to that because we want to cut spending. We want to be more efficient. And we've already shown the numbers that actually the revenues, it's up.
Yeah.
But that's a topic for another time. But your department, your office was also hit with those cuts. And one of the areas that you at least you wanted to go back to the legislature with was like, can I please have funding back for our internet crimes unit?
Correct.
Talk to the folks about the internet crime. I'm not even saying it correctly, so I'll just throw it over to you. Talk to us about that unit, the successes that it had, the problems it had before, and how crucial it is for government to fund something like that.
So I always talk about the proper role of government. There's some things that government is doing that it shouldn't be doing, that private sector should be doing. In fact, when I was a legislator, when I was a congressman, I didn't like these public-private partnerships. I think either the government has to do it or the private sector should be doing it. There shouldn't be this intermix of private and government money, because usually that leads to corruption and graft and all these other things. So, but there are a few things that government should be doing. And one of the things we should be doing is protecting Idaho's children. That's something that only the state of Idaho can do. It's only something that law enforcement can do. And my office is in charge of the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force. So I lead this task force, which is a statewide task force that takes care of making sure that these bad guys, these terrible people that are exchanging videos and photos of children online, that they get arrested and prosecuted. Before I became the Attorney General, I didn't know that this was happening. In fact, I never talked about ICAC when I was running for office, because I assumed they were doing a good job. They're protecting kids. What am I going to say? Don't protect the kids, right?
Right.
So I was excited that something good was happening in the office. I became the Attorney General, and I realized that there's these tips that come from from online companies that they say, hey, there might be something going on here.
Oh, so I'm sorry. So these aren't just like citizens giving tips.
No.
These are the people that are watching the traffic.
People are watching the traffic that are working for all the different cyber companies, and they send tips to the state. Now, please understand, not every tip is a crime.
Sure.
It's just there's something hinky going on here. Can you please look at it? Well, we had a 1,400 tip backlog, which meant that was months and months and months of backlog where people were not watching what was going on. And when I became Attorney General, I actually changed the leadership in my office. I got a new chief of my criminal division and a new commander with the ICAC unit. And within 1 year, we asked some more money from the legislature. We added additional staff. Within 1 year, we got rid of the entire backlog.
Wow, that's
and
incredible.
now when a tip comes into the office, we actually look at them within 24 hours.
Wow.
And what does that mean for the public? That now we have quadrupled the number of arrests in the last 3 years.
Yes.
So from the day I became Attorney General to today, we're arresting and convicting 4 times as many people.
Wow, that's
Yeah.
it's incredible. I remember you sharing some of those statistics,
Yeah.
and there was a graph. Do you guys want to show up this graph here? Yeah, there it is. So that was your backlog when you came
Yeah.
in. It was like at the height, right?
Yes.
And now you resolved them within 24 hours. So
Yeah,
that
so
is,
when I came in, it wasn't just high, but it was as you can tell, it was going up.
yeah.
Yeah, and now that's what's happening.
And you
So now we
flatline
don't
it
have a backlog at all. And the moment the tip comes in, within 24 hours, somebody has eyes on it.
Yeah.
And why is that important? Like I said earlier, not every one of these tips is a crime, but we've had in the last couple of years several children who are actually being abused, because some of these pictures or these videos are old videos.
Oh,
So
gotcha.
they're not people who
Sure.
are getting abused
It's not
right
happening
now.
right now.
They're unfortunate kids who were abused a long time ago. But some of these videos that we received, our investigators have realized, oh my gosh, that person's being abused right now. We have gone into the home, arrested the perpetrator, and taken the child out of the home within 24 hours of receiving that tip.
Wow. Oh,
Yeah.
that's incredible. That's incredible. Okay, so to go back to the budget thing, so that was a department or part of your budget that was either cut or pulled back on, or you had to pull back on it because
so the whole thing, and the difference between my office and every other state agency, my office, I actually 90% of my budget is personnel. So you see some of these, behemoth executive agencies,
health and welfare, and,
that are just they're wasting money. They're spending money on different things. I hire attorneys, and I hire investigators, and I hire paralegals who are either defending the laws of the state, they're going to court defending the statutes of the state, they're doing contracts for the state, or they're protecting children.
Mm-hmm.
And when you cut my budget by 5%, that means that I have to cut 5% of my
People.
staff.
Yeah.
So the legislature gives me more responsibilities, asks me to do more, and then cuts my budget. So it's going to be really hard for me to do that. So when they cut our budget 2%, I said, I can do this because I'm a fiscal conservative. I actually return money every year.
Yeah, you bring money into the state too, right?
And I bring money. I actually bring,
Lots,
in the last 3 years, I have brought in over $140 million to the state, which is a lot more money than I spend in my office. So we're fiscally conservative. We're bringing money to the state. We return money from our budget every year. But if I have to cut my staff 5%, that means that there's fewer protections for the people of Idaho.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I was very pleased to see that funding come back. And I'm a fiscal conservative too. I want to see there's a lot of waste and even fraud and abuse where people are taking advantage of the system. And so I do, but I do believe that there is a role for government and protecting children. I mean, come on,
Yeah.
who's going to do it? Because who else are those tips going to go to? Just the local law enforcement?
Exactly.
No, they need someone like you that has a department behind them and so forth.
Yeah.
So now you've got that under control. What's the biggest threat to Idaho now that you're trying to?
The biggest issue that we deal with is dealing with the courts. Idaho is a very conservative state, as you know. We've passed some really good legislation out of the legislature, but we live in the Ninth Circuit, so our federal courts are very liberal. And in the past, the prior attorney general was always afraid of going to the federal court because we would lose. I mean, we do lose at the federal district level sometimes. We lose in the Ninth Circuit. But I see it as an opportunity for the state of Idaho. That means that we can take the case to the U.S. Supreme Court and actually make policy, not just for the state of Idaho, but make policy for the entire United States.
They're looking at Idaho.
Exactly.
I mean, like the Idaho Medical Freedom Act. Other states are calling up
Yeah.
these guys going, how'd you do that?
Yeah. So what I do now is I work with the legislature to make sure that they write good legislation so I can defend it in the courts. And I also aggressively defend the laws of the state of Idaho. As you know, Idaho is the first state in the nation to pass a law preventing boys from playing in girls' sports. When Idaho passed that law, all hell broke loose. People were saying that the NCAA was never going to have a tournament in Idaho anymore. They were going to boycott BSU. They were going to boycott our businesses. The governor almost vetoed the legislation. I mean, there was all this stuff going on. Idaho passed the legislation, And what's ironic, when they were passing the legislation, the testimony was that there's nobody in Idaho who even does this. So why are you passing a law that's unnecessary?
Right, of
Within 1 week of passing the legislation, they somehow found one person to sue the state of Idaho.
Right.
So somehow there was somebody who was doing it.
Yes.
So we ended up going to the federal district court. I was not attorney general at the time. Our own attorney general at the time wrote an opinion saying that it was unconstitutional.
Right.
And then when they sued in the federal court, they used that opinion as Exhibit A of the lawsuit. So they lost at the federal district court level. They lost at the Ninth Circuit level. But I became the attorney general. I said I was going to aggressively defend that. And we did. And we are now before the U.S. Supreme Court. And in the next 4 weeks, I think we're going to receive an opinion from the U.S. Supreme Court. And I think we're going to get a good precedent that is not only going to affect the state of Idaho, but it's going to affect all of the United States.
Yeah, absolutely. So you expect that opinion? Oh, they usually come out in June, right? That's usually when
between June and August.
Okay, yeah.
So,
Okay, so yeah, the summer ones. Okay,
Yeah.
very good, excellent. All right, so I mean, it's Idaho. You probably don't have a big Democrat challenger, but
I do. I mean, we
yeah.
can't. I have a challenger, and we can't expect to win every single time. So I always say run like you're 10 points behind, and I will be running aggressively till November. I need everybody's votes. I need everybody to support us financially. Go to RaulLabrador.com. You can donate on the website, and it's a wonderful way to participate and to make sure if you like the work that we're doing in the Office of Attorney General, you need to support us.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a big fan, Raul. I appreciate you coming by. I'm going to figure out what the proper term is when you speak to an attorney general, but I'll call you Raul. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for coming by.
Thank you so much.
All right, take
we'll
care.
talk to you soon.
All right, folks, let's take a look at that room out there once more as folks try to look at the results and see what's going on across the state. We have somebody sent me a race here. Am I supposed to call this race? Are we going to? No, we're not calling this race. You're just sharing it with me. Okay, we're not calling the race. We're not calling the race yet, folks. But we do want to take a look again at that board. So who was that? Somebody said, so thankful for Labrador. Who was that? Hey, that was Lily Allman in the Know, Idaho. Lily Allman. She's not in town with us today, but we always love our Lily Allman. Hey, we have a video from Lily that dropped today. Was that today? No, we don't have that video. We don't have that video. Never mind. But follow Lily Allman at the Know, at In the Know Idaho. All right, let's take a look at some of these results. Let's see if we got anything to report, anything to look at. I know that's what we're here. It's an election night coverage. Well, we're right here in Canyon County. Look at that. We got with Kent Marmon in a commanding lead, 70% to 30. Camille Blaylock with looks like about a 17-point lead over Chris Trakel. This is a rematch when Senator Blaylock beat Chris Trakel last cycle. Lucas Kaler is a bit behind Debbie Geyer, if that's how you pronounce her name. Let's go down to 13 and see how Steve Tanner was. I don't think there was any numbers there earlier, and I'd like to see how well he might be doing against Cody Daffer. There's Representative Steve Tanner, District 13, 58 to 42 at the moment. I want to see what's going on in the Magic Valley. So let's go down to the 24 and 25 and see what those are doing. Let's say all our good folks out there. So I'm looking at State Representative seat 24A, Clint Hostetler, with a 13-point lead over Alexandra Caval at the moment. Glenita Zeiderveld is trailing about 18 points to her opponent. And then there's a three-way race. And boy, is it a dog race right now. We've got, 1 to 2 points separating Steve Miller, Will Mostoller, and Achance Rekwa, if I'm saying it correctly. That is a dogfight right there. And then Josh Cole slightly behind, about 11 points behind Casey Swenson right now. But those are still early numbers being reported over there in 24. Another looks like a four-way race with Grayson Stone and Andrew Messer, Josh Callan and Zane Newbury. And then David Levitt trailing by about 5 points with Sherry Vollmer. So, but again, early returns here We expect those numbers to rise, and we'll see how they come in. Very good. Let's go down to 28. We're always keeping an eye on that Jim Guthrie, David Worley race. We're looking at that one here. There's about 130 votes separate the two. And that is, those are early numbers as well. Same thing over with Cheatham, Lamborn, and Mike Seville. You've got some early numbers in that race as well. So, but we're keeping tabs on it. Sometimes, look, here's how it works a lot of the times, especially if you're not going to use machines. I'm not advocating for machines and internet access for our election system, but if we're not going to do it, then we have to bring all of the ballots into a central location where they get counted and tabulated and so forth. And then those numbers need to be uploaded and reported. Most counties count early votes first, absentee and the early voting, and then the day of, when all those ballots boxes get returned to the election office or wherever the counting station is, then those have to be tabulated and so forth and put into the system. I'm looking around the room here, trying to see if folks are still hanging out, and maybe we can get some what do you call it? Some guests around here, and maybe we can. But let us know how you feel in the comments. What an explosion of viewers tonight. I'm just so thrilled that you all have kept with us. I had no idea. We literally, if you watch our producers, they are frantic. I mean, I think one of them has gone gray, and Thad, do you want to come on over? Hey, here we go. Right now, this is the chairman of the Ada County GOP committee. You can grab this microphone here. Mr. Producer, this is Thad Butterworth. That's a THAD.
Yes.
We want to get your name right up on the screen. It's good to see you, chairman of the Ada County Central Committee.
Yes.
Are you a PC also?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And did you have a race today?
I did have a race, but I didn't have an opponent. So.
Oh, no challenger. So you're going to walk into your PC spot again?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Tell the folks what it's like being the chairman, being the chairman of a central committee. There's probably a lot of folks watching out there that don't even know what a central committee is.
So just brief history. The Central Committee is really made up of a bunch of your precinct committeemen. As you know, we are divided out into different precincts where you have your voting stuff. And part of our responsibility is to go and meet our neighbors and give them information and that kind of stuff. So we have 197 precinct committeemen in Ada County.
Wow. It's
the largest one in the state, of course. And if you want to know what it's like herding cats and their tails are on fire. But it's a lot of fun. It takes a lot of work and a lot of, you got to work with people and be able to, bring together different sides and get them to kind of come to the table and talk. But it's good stuff. We spend a lot of money. We do a lot of things to get people elected. And like we've done just even in this race, we've helped with their candidates by going out and asking them all the questions about the platform and how they align or don't align with that. And then put it on our website and made it available to people so that they can actually make an informed decision when it comes to the election.
And so you obviously only represent Republicans. I mean,
Yes.
Your goal is Republican Party. So when you say these precinct committeemen are, they're kind of like they're in their neighborhood.
Yeah.
I mean, this sounds like it's like the closest quote office to the people, because it's literally a neighborhood. And how many people
Yes.
can be in one of these precincts?
Well, in mine, there's roughly about 1,200 people.
That's it. So all you need to do is reach out to and not
Yes.
all of them are Republicans, or all.
Not all of them are Republicans. It's my precinct is about 60-40.
Okay.
So I have a really good amount of Republicans, and then of those, of course, the Democrats, hardly any of them even vote or are involved at all.
Right.
So, but yeah, we have quite a few people there. That's one of my favorite parts, actually, is getting out and talking to people and learning where they're at and what we can do to serve them.
You didn't have an opponent, so you probably didn't do too much campaigning.
Not this time around.
But before, or at least what you hear from your other committeemen, because you're the chairman, what seems to have been one of the top one or two issues this cycle?
This cycle, believe it or not, it's really aligning with the national side, and that immigration is huge.
Right.
And in fact, in many of the races that we're seeing even across the state, I'm hearing people comment on, well, this particular Idaho senator or legislator did not vote the correct way on immigration. It's like been one of the biggest pieces of angst for most people,
Yeah.
even in this state.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't blame them. I mean, it's one of the reasons why I think one of the biggest races in the state right now is Senator Jim Guthrie being taken on by David Worley. So we're definitely closely watching that one, and that has a lot to deal with the fact of those immigration bills being stuck.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, so now again, I'll ask you this, maybe put you on the spot here, but traditionally speaking, in the primary, Republicans they're just there to duke it out, and whoever wins. The real work of the committee is in the general, because you got to defeat the Democrats and win.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, things are a little different here in Idaho because the real races happen in the primary.
Yeah.
So where do you see the future of the party going if a lot of these hotly contested races don't fall the way you want them to? PC races.
Yeah. The PC races, I think from our standpoint, even looking at the numbers already that we're at, the group that has run the committee is going to continue to do well with that. We've got the numbers there. I think from the statewide side, looking at the legislative races especially, where things go from here is we're going to have to see who wins. I think even looking at the numbers that I'm seeing in most of the races, they're tight, they're close.
Okay, we have an announcement to
and
make.
we'll have to, yes,
real quick,
put a pause.
Dorothy Moon.
Also, Ryan Davidson, we've just called that one as well, right?
Well, thank you, everybody. Thank you for your support. This will be my third term if I get reelected in November, and it's just an honor to serve the people of Ada County. I got elected in 2020 with Commissioner Beck, and in 2022, Commissioner Daley came on board. It's been 3 Republicans since 2022, and we're doing a great job for the county, for the Republican Party. So we will see you in November.
Okay, I think we can safely call it for Tammy Nichols. Where's Tammy Nichols? She had no opposition. Yay. Tammy, come and say a few words. You campaigned hard. You do. There you go.
Well, thank you. I didn't have an opponent, so it was a pretty easy race. So I think I did pretty good. This is probably my biggest percentage ever. It gave me time to help out in some other areas, and I just continue to appreciate the support from my district. We've been working really hard. I have 2 great teammates that are there.
coming in really soon.
Yes.
Sit down.
And we're back. We just don't have this camera right now, so we can talk over. We'll talk over this.
Lynn Bradescu won her PC Breaks You Should Know. Give her a round of applause.
All right, folks, sorry for those technical difficulties. We're still working on a couple of them. We got a camera down, but we got audio back. And we're so glad you're still with us. We're so glad that the stream is live. Chairman of the Ada County Republican Central Committee, Thad Butterworth, is still with us. I'm kind of trying to remember what we were discussing. But
We're talking about if races don't go the way we want them
yes,
to right
yes, please tell us what we can do.
So what we do in that case is we start looking for candidates that we can train and that we can work with, get them kind of. I've been working for quite a while now and trying to get people to do more than just these little 3-month campaigns, which a lot of more conservative people will tend to do, throw their hat in the ring at the last minute. I'm trying to get people to think through and say, I really want to do a thoughtful campaign and I want to do a good campaign, which means time, it means boots on the ground, it means you get out there, you hit your neighborhoods. So that's one of the things we'll look for is who we recruit, how we help them out, and then just continue to move forward.
Yeah, that's all you got to do. And what I'm going to do right here is give you a copy of this book.
Oh, cool.
This is Run Right, the complete election playbook to win. If we have the graphic, we can show it on the screen too whenever we get a chance, guys. But Cliff Maloney is the CEO of Citizens Alliance. You might have met him when he was out here doing our training. But this book is phenomenal. I mean, look at it. I opened the page right here, and that's the Idaho petition for candidacy here. But this is going to teach you everything you need to know about how to run a campaign, how to fundraise, how to market yourself, how to message, how to take on the opponent, how to craft your message, how to craft your literature. And all that dynamics, and some of the best parts of this book, though, is some of the funner stuff in the appendices, where Cliff kind of goes through a bunch of the anecdotes from campaigns from back in the day, and he was really good friends with the late great Charlie Kirk, and so there's a lot of information and personal stories there moving forward by Tyler Boyer of Training Program. So I want to give you this copy, and then I'm going to give you another one to find a patriot to tell them that you're serious about. Hey, you're going to run. You need to have this book. So
yes, absolutely, and that's why it just takes us in the grassroots actually getting smart about how we run campaigns, and this kind of stuff is really helpful. And I know I've actually attended your training before, and I've appreciated it because it was hands down one of the best training programs I've ever seen done. So
excellent. Well, it's all there in that book, Run Right, Complete Election Playbook to Win. Get it at Amazon, go to Barnes & Noble, or come up to the table. Come up to the booth now, and I'll give you a copy, Patriot. All right, well, Mr. Butterworth, I hope to meet Mrs. Butterworth someday. Sorry, I had to do it.
Yes,
I had to do it.
We have a family saying that she will joke around and say, I'm thick but not rich, because my mom started it as the original Mrs. Butterworth. So, there you go.
You got to own it. You got to own
exactly.
it. Oh, that's great. All right, brother. Well, good to see you.
All right, good to see you too. Thanks.
All right, folks, we're still working on getting this A-cam back up, but don't you worry, we're still going to provide some live coverage. It's funny, when you have a lot of these folks out here that have no idea that they're on camera right now to all of Idaho. And so who knows what any of that means. But the results, why don't we just, if we can, maybe bring up the results page again, and we can cycle through some of the results here again as we as we weave into the night. It's 10:47 in the south, 9:47 up north. This is seat A in House District 6. Colton Bennett with a 62-37 lead. I mean, he's got a commanding lead out of there with 2,500 votes already in. So that's what we're looking at here. Dan Foreman also holding a commanding lead over challenger Lori McCann. Lori McCann, of course, making the switch from House to Senate. 2 years ago, she was in a tight race with Colton Bennett and a third candidate, and she didn't hit the 50% mark in that race, and so you could say that there was a spoiler in that race, and so Ms. Lori McCann thought, you know what, I don't think I want to take Colton Bennett on one-on-one. I might lose that race, so she jumped over to the Senate to take on Senator Dan Foreman, but that strategy does not look to go too well. You know what I'd like to do is just so we kind of know where we're at. I'm going to, in fact, look at that race from 2024, the Senate race, and really get that going. And I mean, I'm maxed out. I'm kind of maxed out over here with my volume, but you guys can't hear me. We'll try and get it up there, but not seeing any complaints online. So, but what I want to do here is I want to go back 2 years ago and look at the race, the primary race. I believe Senator Foreman had a primary race, and I kind of want to see what the vote total was, just so we kind of know where we were at. And Brian Allman joins me. He's sitting back down with us here, and Brian, I kind of want to look back at some of the vote totals from 2 years ago in order to kind of give us to kind of judge some of these races and how many votes we should expect to come in. And in 2024, Senator Foreman had an opponent, Robert Blair, and they both combined for 6,300 votes. So when I look at the race right now for Foreman,
they're only about half or maybe even a third of where they're going to end up.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So that's telling me once again that even if that's early voting or absentee, that they're doing quite well in that race. So that's what we're looking at there. Anyways, yeah. So let's go back to the results, and we'll see if we can get some more. And I'm also looking around the room to see if there's anybody else. But Brian, what's the sentiment been around the room? What are you taking away from this evening?
I'm losing my voice is what's happening. I think it's mostly positive here in the room. When you come to these things, win or lose, I think people are just happy to relax, especially those who have contested races. They've been campaigning hard. They can, now they just got to wait for the results to come in for good or for ill. Lots of folks here who don't have any opponents. Speaker Moyle was here. Majority Leader Monks, Representative Ehlers are, they can take it easy. They didn't have any opponents. A lot of the contested races, the really close ones, are not here in the Treasure Valley, so they're not in the room with us. It would be interesting to be in some of the campaign headquarters out in the Magic Valley or up in Latah County, in some of those other places. It's probably a lot more tense than it is here.
Yes, and I'm trying to see if we can get word out to some folks out in the Magic Valley. Maybe we can have them chime in with a video call and have them come in. I'd love to hear how it's going, what the feeling is like in the room, where they're at. So perhaps we'll do that. There's a man with bagpipes and a skirt.
It's called a kilt.
It's a kilt. Apologize.
Yes.
What is going on? He's talking to Speaker Moyle.
So I can actually shed some light on this.
Excellent. Please do.
He was here for a memorial service previously, and it was at this hotel, and saw that we had a Republican gathering over here, decided to stop by because he is apparently conservative and supports the Republican Party, and we might just hear a performance in a few minutes.
Wow, fantastic. Who would have thought? I love it. That's fantastic. All right, good. Well, good to know. I'm going to see if we can get I'd like to see if we can get Speaker Moyle over. I'd also like to see if is Brian McKellar still in the room? As well?
I haven't seen him in a while. I can try and go grab the speaker for you.
Well, he's talking to the bagpipe. I'll let him talk to the bagpipe. in a bit, but that'll be fascinating. That'll be fascinating to see. What do you think you would play? An original?
Amazing Grace is
That's always what we want to
the
do.
standard fare.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's see if we can grab it.
All right, we're going to see if we can grab the speaker over here for a little bit. Just get his perspective. We're still working on the camera, guys. Don't you fret. We're not going anywhere. We'll show some results and so forth. And do that. So, here it is.
30 seconds.
1 second. Yeah.
What are we doing, Matt?
How you doing, brother?
Doing good.
Well, we're not on camera right now because that one went down.
That would say.
So we'll just do some audio. How about that?
Good, because I got to get my butt
Okay.
out of here.
Here, grab that.
Hey, I won.
Joining me now, Speaker Mike Moyle. It was interesting. We had Senator Nichols on earlier, and I asked her what it felt like to not have an opponent this go around.
It's a blessing.
And so, yeah, I want to hear from you.
It's a blessing. Last 2 years ago, they spent probably $500,000, and you were involved and helpful on the good side. And you saw a change in Idaho with this out-of-state push and some of the lies and misinformation, and we were very blessed. So this time, not having a primary is a blessing from God. It's a good thing.
Yeah. So then getting to sit back and kind of watch what's going around across the state. Are you optimistic about what you're going to have coming into next
Early. It's early. I'm optimistic.
It's still early.
It's still
yeah.
way early, and
Yeah.
we'll see what happens. There's a few changes that could help things, but you just never know until you go through it. See, as a speaker, the next thing I'm watching is who wins and who loses, because then the next race for me is the general election and the race for leadership. And so these primaries have a big impact on that.
Yeah, and when you do look ahead at the general election, because it's easy to just say, "Oh, congratulations, you're going back."
Don't
but
ever do that.
Don't ever do that.
I remember a day when the Idaho Senate was 50-50.
That's incredible, right? Were you there?
No, I was in school, but I was here in Idaho because I grew up and lived in Idaho.
For your
Yeah.
musical entertainment, John Noonan is here
So
with
with
some
all that
bagpipes.
being said,
Of all things, just
one of the
walking around
big
in
pressing
the
issues that I've been
hotel.
asking everybody
He's
about
here
is the
for
threat
an
of
event. But
the
anyway, he said he
redistricting
would
that's
play
going to
a
happen
song
with this
for
third
what do you
congressional
think
seat,
about
how that'll
Amazing
affect
Grace?
We
Idaho.
need to change
Would that be
Idaho's
nice?
constitution
Okay,
so that it's not
yeah.
50-50. It needs to be based, in my opinion, on party registration.
Thank you.
Because it makes no sense to me when you have a group that's only 20 to 30% having half the votes. And that congressional seat is very important. And that group, we determine that, needs to be controlled by the minority party, in my opinion.
Right. All right. Well, I know you only had a few seconds to get headed out here. We
Lots
got bagpipes playing now.
John's
anyway.
playing. He does a good job. He's a professional.
I know. We're gonna listen. We're gonna listen in on it. But thanks again.
Good to see you. Appreciate you, my friend.
Yeah.
Thanks for all you do for Idaho.
Appreciate it.
Can I plug back in? I got video up.
You got video back? Let's finish the song. Yeah, after this, go to break. Hey, brother. How you doing? All right.
Are you on air?
Yeah. Well, we're playing the bagpipes. They can't see us.
Yeah.
So how's it going?
Worried about Guthrie.
I
It's a
know,
bit of a
man.
margin,
It's
man.
so crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, they're off.
Worried about Guthrie, worried about Furch. I just want to stop by and say hi.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll see you, man.
Yeah.
How long are you around for?
We leave tomorrow. Driving too.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Good to see you.
exactly what happened. You want to pull the tape? You can pull the tape because we now got video.
Idaho is the dirt under your fingernails after an honest day's work. Idaho is the hug around your neck when your daughter spells her first word. Idaho is the written word of the law, steadfast and impartial, guarding liberty for all. Idaho is the family rifle passed down, a legacy of protection and the right to stand firm. Idaho is the echo of your own voice, unshaken and free, standing tall among a world silenced. Idaho is the home that's built to weather storms, not empty wallets. Idaho is the quiet trust between a patient and healer, unbroken and sacred. Idaho is the hymn carried by the Spirit, gathering neighbors together in faith and purpose. Idaho is the laughter around a campfire, a family's bond growing stronger with every word. Idaho is the pioneer's will, firm and clear. We govern ourselves, free and unbound. Idaho is what America was. Let's keep it that way. Ask your legislator to sign the Citizens Alliance of Idaho pledge to preserve our shared values. We ride together.
All Idaho lawmakers swear an oath to support the Idaho and U.S. constitutions. But how's that working out for you? Because not all Idaho lawmakers share the same values. That's where the Citizens Alliance of Idaho pledge comes in. 10 statements inspired by those two founding documents that are designed to preserve our shared values. Values such as education freedom, safeguarding free speech, defending our protected right to self-defense, and being responsible stewards of taxpayer dollars. When a lawmaker signs the pledge, they are performing an act of political courage, accepting the challenge to be a champion for our values, and serving with political integrity. To find out if your lawmaker signed the pledge, visit idahopledge.com. Paid for by Citizens Alliance of Idaho. We ride together.
And that's exactly what happened. You want to pull the tape? You can pull the tape because we now got video.
Okay, folks, we are back live at the state GOP election night party out in Eagle, and we've got Representative Rob Beiswinger with us. Representative, good to have you. So far, every legislator that has sat here in this chair has not had an opponent tonight.
Oh.
You are the exception so far. You break the rule. You have an opponent tonight. And if we want to bring up what we have so far, last time you had an opponent was in 2024. About 8,800 votes total in that race.
Right.
And so right now your opponent was Sean Hall. You guys are barely cracking 2,000 votes here. So we've got another 6,000 at least potentially outstanding.
Yeah.
How do you feel?
Oh, I feel really good. I mean, they turned out strong. I mean, Valley County, which, is probably the most, left wing of the four counties. So I represent Custer, Boise, Elmore, and Valley. Valley has a bunch of really some Democrats that cross over Republican primaries there. So that's really probably the biggest hurdle we have there. Elmore County, I've seen a picture of the results there. I'm ahead by 1,000 votes in Elmore County. So I think about 600 votes in Valley. So, yeah, I'm pretty confident this will be okay today.
That's great. And then, of course, in your district, you have some great other conservatives as well. Senator Christy Zito, Representative Faye Thompson. Are you guys all tracking together the same? Does it look like it's that, or is it kind of split?
Yeah, there's definitely a big split this year. I mean, my opponent's kind of a novice, never run before.
Okay.
Now Faye Thompson, my house seatmate, she ran into Brian Beckley, and he raised a lot of money, got a lot of outside PAC support, just a lot of money dumping in against Faye. I guess they really felt she was a target, and Beckley's a guy they could get behind. So she seems to be losing in Elmore and Valley County so far. I mean, Boise and Custer are very conservative. Maybe they'll swing for her some. It's not looking good so far, though. I hate to say.
Yeah, and then in the Senate race, Megan Blanksma, Christy Zito is the current the incumbent, and Terry Gester. And these are all like, they've all been in the legislature before.
Yeah.
And so they're all vying for Christy's Senate seat, and it's a three-way tie. I mean, it's pretty close. Blanksma has a bit of an edge. But again, it's early. It's
Yeah.
only 2,300 votes. And we're
Well, and the
expecting
numbers I saw
another
for
6.
Elmore will give Christie a slight advantage there going in.
Yes.
She got 50% of the vote. It looks from what I saw in Elmore County. Megan got 35%. So start swinging her way a bit. And also, again, Boise and Custer, I don't know why we're not hearing anything from them so far, but those are the more two conservative counties that should probably give Christie some more votes, I would think.
Yeah. So before we move on to some of the big wins you've had in the legislature, I definitely want to talk through them. The campaign this year, like you said, your opponent was kind of a bit of a novice, but did that stop you from going across the district? Is it you or 7 that has the largest district?
District 8 is the largest in terms of square feet.
Yeah. So how did you travel? How did you do it?
Yeah, I've put some miles in the car. Definitely did. Try to make appearances and combine activities and stuff. I was in, Cascade one day and Glens Ferry the next day, Mountain Home twice, and pretty much every other day it seemed like we were somewhere in the district doing something, a meet and greet, a Lincoln Day, all that kind of stuff. So it's a lot of miles on. There were more forums and stuff this year and years past too. So a little less maybe door to door than previously, and more forums. It's kind of the way this one worked out. But yeah, you got to be willing to put the miles on the road to make it happen.
Yeah, and the forums, especially because you're now the incumbent. So before you were the challenger, and so you're kind of like begging for exposure. Here it's like, well, you're the incumbent. We want to hear what's going on, and your challenger, what's going on there. So so between the campaigning, between the difference, how great was it to campaign on your record? Because some of the bills that you were co-sponsor of and got through were made national news, and they have inspired other states to look at Idaho, and I'm specifically thinking of the Idaho Medical Freedom Act,
right?
And maybe there's others, but at least with that, I mean, how cool is it to just kind of have that under your belt to campaign on?
Yeah, it's nice. I mean, one of the questions I usually ask is like, "What's your big accomplishment for the session?" I'm like, "Well, that's an easy one for me to come up with something because how many freshman legislators get anything through significant, wise? I mean, usually you're kind of struggling to get what bill you want to take on and how to do something. And this is an issue that was near and dear to my heart. The medical freedom issue is the reason I got to do this and wanted to do some fight for it. And I wanted, and I had it, and I got it, and it ended up being a big fight, and the biggest fight of the year last year, and ended up being the first state in the country to do it. Arizona has passed, House and Senate has passed basically the same bill I did last year. Louisiana House has advanced the same bill. I think Utah had it in a committee hearing. I think it died on a tie vote or something like that. So it's definitely moving across the country. The idea is taking traction. And really what I like is a lot of these health freedom groups, which have all been segmented in terms of like they all have their one little carve out of health freedom they fight for. They've all basically united under this issue of no mandatory vaccination and mask mandates and stuff like that. So it's really, really proud of that.
Yeah, I really commend you for it. I'm so glad that people are looking to Idaho to lead the way, because right now Idaho is definitely in the crosshairs of the left. They want to take out everywhere they can. I mean, from the crossover voting that happens in certain districts in certain areas, to the abortion initiative that's on the ballot this year, the marijuana initiative that's coming on the ballot this year. Like it is a full-throated attack. And from your standpoint, if you make it through the primary tonight, which it looks like hopefully you will, and you make it through the general, you've got another 2 years. What are you guys going to do about this leftist attack? Oh.
Get up here. We just got the word you want.
Of who? Who's that?
Whoever that guy is.
Who is
I've been
that?
standing up in groups of people about this.
Is this an Ada County person?
I'm not aware of. I'm in Boise County, so.
Aaron Peterson over here has been driving that campaign.
All right. Well, we're going to mute him. You guys still got us? You guys still got us? Yeah, we're good. Okay. Continue. I forget where we were. But.
Yeah, no, where were we? With the medical freedom bill, and then what we're going to do going forward.
Yeah, because of the leftist attack.
Well, basically, because the left can't put anything through legislatively, so their only option is to go to the ballot initiative, right?
Right.
And so, now we got an abortion, and they're going to try and, make it seem like really, reproductive health care. Well, that sounds nice, right? But obviously just about abortion and things like that. We need to stop it. We really probably should just get rid of the whole initiative process. It's really not a good way to run legislation. California, there's all kinds of initiatives and it didn't really work out for them. And the stuff we've seen coming through here is not really, I think, what we need to have here either, quite frankly. So.
Well, I mean, and sometimes it's based on falsehoods and mistruth and lies and stuff. I mean, you look at the Medicaid expansion.
Yeah.
It was promised that it was only going to cost only $400 million.
Yeah.
And what did you guys pass this year at this budget? 1.2,
yeah,
1.3?
it was like triple or something.
Yeah.
And with no end in sight too. It's not just like, well, a few more people came in, or here was just something. Medical costs are going up. It just doesn't seem like it's heading in the opposite direction. So it's going to just be a bigger and bigger bill.
Right.
And with no end in sight, as far as we can tell. So.
Yeah, incredible. So when I think again about, thinking ahead and looking at, I've been asking everybody this, the congressional districts. We're going to get an additional congressional district here in Idaho in 2030 when they redraw the maps. We see what's going on all across the country. Virginia tries to write some crazy map. Louisiana gets theirs overturned. There's no more, discriminatory race-based gerrymandering maps for congressional seats anymore. That being said, we're in a state where it quite possibly could happen that a congressional seat will be drawn in Idaho that would benefit a Democrat. I mean, and again, people have said it on the program already tonight. The Democrats of the Idaho Democrats of yesteryear are not the Democrats of today.
Yeah.
How do you tackle that as a legislature, if at all?
Well, the maps are drawn by a commission here, which is split between Republicans and Democrats. There's like 3 and 3, I think, is the numbers is drawn up, which I don't know why you would have it that way. It's really the state's now, 2-3 to 1 Republican. Really, the Democrats shouldn't not have an equal say in the drawing of the maps. I mean, obviously the state's red top to bottom here, so it's hard to believe that seat could become a Democrat. But yeah, if you try to gerrymander enough, anything's possible.
Yep, I guess so. All right, well, Rob, I'll let you get back to the party. I appreciate you stopping by. We want to make sure that you have a clear victory tonight.
Yeah.
So where can people follow you on your social media or newsletters or anything like that?
You can check out my website, Idaho, the numeral 4, Rob, idahoforrob.com. Rob Beiswinger just spelled out on x.com.
Oh, it's so easy to spell too.
Yeah,
right?
I know. That's sorry. But try your best. Hopefully AI will help you figure it out.
We got it on the lower third. There it is.
Thanks for your great work as always.
Excellent. All right, folks, let's take a look at the room as we bring more folks in.
Nights with the bright city glow to Coeur d'Alene's calm waters below. Spuddy buddy waves with a smile so wide, sharing our story with American pride. So raise that flag, let freedom fly, echo liberty from plains to mountains high. America's heart beats red, white, and blue. 250 years of me and you, yeah, lift it up loud. Idaho proud, American true. We've walked with Lewis and Clark on the trail, raised out families with stories to tell. Generations working hard hand in hand, building on a dream, saying yes we can. So raise that flag, let freedom fly, echo liberty from plains to mountains high. America's heart beats red, white, and blue. 250 years of me and you, yeah, lift it up loud. Idaho proud, American true. Church bells ring through the valley air. Rodeo lights, what a life we share. Esto perpetua, forever we'll sing. God, land, and family. Let freedom ring. So raise that flag, let freedom fly. Echo liberty From plains to mountains high, America's heart beats red, white, and blue. 250 years of me and you, yeah, lift it up loud. Idaho proud, American true, Idaho proud. Red, white, blue. Red, white, blue. From the rolling wheat fields of the Palouse to the white water runs on the Petsaroo. Golden potatoes, farmers stand strong. Cattle and dairy, they're feeding us all. From Boise nights with the bright city glow to Coeur d'Alene.
Stuff like that, everybody already knows that, so that's all I have to say. I don't have to go fishing for a while. Yeah, it's time to go fishing until about December. That's right. So, all right, thank you guys.
Thank you. Congratulations.
And that's exactly what happened. You want to pull the tape? You can pull the tape because we now got video.
Idaho is the dirt under your fingernails after an honest day's work. Idaho is the hug around your neck when your daughter spells her first word. Idaho is the written word of the law, steadfast and impartial, guarding liberty for all. Idaho is the family rifle passed down, a legacy of protection and the right to stand firm. Idaho is the echo of your own voice, unshaken and free, standing tall among the world's silenced. Idaho is the home that's built to weather storms, not empty wallets. Idaho is the quiet trust between a patient and healer, unbroken and sacred. Idaho is the hymn carried by the Spirit, gathering neighbors together in faith and purpose. Idaho is the laughter around a campfire, a family's bond growing stronger with every word. Idaho is the pioneer's will, firm and clear. We govern ourselves, free and unbound. Idaho is what America was. Let's keep it that way. Ask your legislator to sign the Citizens Alliance of Idaho pledge to preserve our shared values. We ride together.
The dictionary defines a pledge as something that you give as a sign that you'll keep a promise. As Idahoans, that's what we're looking for in our elected leaders, a sign that they'll keep their word. Talk is cheap, and so are political promises, hidden agendas, and special interests. This is why we created the Citizens Alliance of Idaho pledge, affirming the values Idahoans have been living by for over 100 years, inspired by the only two documents everyone has agreed to live by. So when an Idaho legislator signs our pledge, inviting voters to publicly hold them accountable, that's what we call political integrity. The pledge restores trust and honesty between voters and their legislators. It means protecting our shared values and ensuring your voice is heard in Boise. And that is priceless. Thank your legislator for having the political courage to sign the Citizens Alliance of Idaho pledge. And if they haven't, it's time to ask why.
All right, we are back live at the Idaho State GOP election night party, and joining me right now is Nate Shulman from KBOI. You were broadcasting all evening right?
Well, yeah, for 2 hours, but I didn't have a staff of, what do you have, 20 people? This is there's a squadron right next to me. There's another squadron behind there's somebody under the table. I mean, yeah, don't talk. You have enough people that do that for you. I got one guy, me over there. Me and a mule.
It's impressive.
That's all we have.
It's impressive. It's impressive.
You got lights.
This is what happens when you decide to put a camera to a production.
This is big time, man.
Big time.
This is beautiful. Look at this. How much did this cost? A lot. That's amazing. Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. It's this is the kind of this is fantastic.
You got cake?
You didn't have a piece of cake
I
yet?
didn't have minions to go run and get me cake. You're like, you need it. What are you doing?
Oh, this is going to be fun, folks. What did you think tonight? What were you expecting coming into this primary election? How many times have you followed this closely?
Oh, gosh.
You always have all these folks on your afternoon show. Like, what's going on in Idaho with the politics, and what do you expect to see tonight with the results?
This is the cool thing about a primary, and you know this, that the primary defines what the identity is.
Yes.
You know, when we ask ourselves all the time, and people say, well, Idaho's a conservative state. Sure, but what brand, what flavor, what kind of conservative are we? And, you know, you identify it every 2 years, and there are people who make statements, and then we just let the chips fall where they may. And to hear some of the rationalization that's been coming out tonight, and how oh gosh, the numbers are still coming in for the governor's race, but
sure,
Fitzpatrick got what he's what 26.97. I had it earlier.
I mean, that's
I had that ballparked at 25%, and now if you're a Fitzpatrick supporter, bummer. However, if you take a look at the constant stream of contrarian. 4 years ago, Janice got, 32, and Ed Humphreys got 10. So that's 42% that didn't vote for Little 4 years ago. Now you have and let's face it, it was a two-horse race. The other 6 also-rans really didn't outkick their coverage.
Sure.
So either the contrarian didn't vote, or 25% came out for Fitzpatrick. So that's the brand of. That's by those numbers. That's how we define ourselves.
Right.
And then you get to go down county and take a look at the legislature, which is going to be an interesting night for some people. Again, it all goes to what brand, what flavor of. I can be a jerk to you, and I can be a jerk to your staff, but as long as I get a laugh out of you, it's fun.
That's right.
You know what I mean?
That guy's nice. I'll vote for him anyway.
And that's delivery. I mean, not
It
so much
is.
for your staff; they're going to beat me up. But you know what I mean? It's like if you want to be that firebrand, fire breather, and that's the same thing. You guys love it when I pound on the table, don't you? That's the same thing you say over and over. You're going to start losing people because you and I, we mainstream this. We are free basing politics. Just know that 95% of the state isn't.
Yeah, they don't. Yeah,
you know, we worked all day, or they got kids, or they got their other issues, and they just, gosh, what was that thing about who endorsed who? And you know, and then they got to focus on putting pork chops on the table. So we're gonna get some rationalization. We're gonna see still some unsteady movement. I got a chance to talk with Speaker Moyle earlier, and you know, again. 2 years ago, man, how much money was spent in District 10 just against him?
Exactly.
Now,
he didn't even have an opponent.
Yeah, now he didn't even have an opponent. District 9, how much money was spent against Judy Boyle? You know, sure, had an opponent that really kind of fizzled out, and I don't know if that's, you know, the backing that was originally promised him had to be diverted to other areas like Twin Falls, like Eastern Idaho. A lot of money out of Eastern Idaho.
Oh, yeah. Really.
And we can talk about immigration and immigration issues, and you and I, and we can get everybody else around the watering hole and go, all right, who should be here and who shouldn't be? And then the farmers are like, well, you know, they're also at the same table. They're drinking, you know, the growers and all that. And I don't know about you. I'd rather be broadcasting than being out in the field.
Sure.
Sure. I took a fall on Saturday. I feel like I've been hit by a car 4 days later. So, you know, those days are gone. But it's a fun night overall, and then we get to go forward from here. And okay, the PC races. Well, what does that mean for the Idaho State GOP convention that's going to come up? Are we going to see a changing of the guard? Are we going to see a changing in the officers? Or what are we going to see? And people much smarter than, well, at least than me, not you. Nobody's smarter than you, but people much smarter than I are going to sit there, and parse that out and whip that. That was probably too long of an answer for you. Sorry.
No, it was a great answer because I've been sitting here talking. You've been talking all night. You're the pro doing this. I'm just trying to follow. And what's interesting.
You realize none of us are though. Even the people running aren't pros.
Oh no!
They hope.
That's the best part about it though. Is that you're watching that's the shift that I've seen in the last 4 to 5 years.
You said shift. Okay.
Shift.
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Is the amount of regular folks that have just decided to say, hey, I can't take this anymore, and I am going to get in the race and see what happens. I mean, a guy like Senator Lenny. I mean, he was on here.
He's terrible.
He was on here earlier, and I just remember his first advertisement for his race was like, these guys. This is what happened to us during the pandemic, and we're not gonna take that anymore.
And some of that drum beat, the pandemic drum beat. Okay, hey guys, that was 6 years ago. All right, there's other stuff has happened since then.
Sure.
So if people still keep on wanting to run on what happened, then you can right some wrongs. And now we're uncovering a whole bunch of stuff, at least on the federal level, to go, oh,
yeah.
We thought we had an idea. We didn't have an idea. I mean, even conspiracy theorists are like, oh,
this is a new one.
Okay, I didn't have that on my bingo card.
Right.
Or, okay, wow. So this whole thing was preloaded, ready to go.
Yeah.
But it's all interesting. Lenny is a regular guy who never wants to tell anybody how smart he is, and that's I get it because nobody wanted to spend that much time in a locker in high school.
We're going to make a call for District 8.
So
Rob Beiswinger is District 8A, and I'm going to call it over the win.
Okay.
He's very far ahead, and yes, Rob's done really well. Here, Rob, take a minute and say a few words.
How's the rest of District 8 looking? Because
that's when I was speaking to him earlier. It was split.
Some friends in here from Boise County.
We had some. We had Megan Blanksma and Christy Zitto running into Terry Gestrin.
Yep.
Megan Blanksma so far ahead. Those numbers really haven't changed much. So we're still waiting. Boise County, if you guys can go ahead and buy something called a computer and maybe not use your fingers and toes to count the votes.
It's all about computers now, right? Like no computers. It's
Get
like
a calculator.
we just want to.
Get a battery operated calculator, man.
What is those speaking spells? This Texas Instrument.
I mean, get that thing that spins in a wheel. That's the thing that drives me nuts all the time. I have the power to look at cat videos from all over the world. Did you just bring me cake?
He brought you cake.
The thing is he actually wrestled Brian Lenny for that cake.
I knew you.
And
had
I don't
minions.
know I don't want to know what he
minions.
had to do. There's a kid out there crying. That I'll tell you what, the Gang of 8 performers. I don't know how much you've spoken to about this. That's eye-opening.
Sure,
and it's not done yet.
No, of course not. And
But-
we're looking in the Magic Valley too. There's a lot of hills and valleys out there as well, and those were races. And I don't know how much what I put our organization is. We're door knockers. We're boots on the ground door knocking. And it's not just lit dropping; it's knocking the door and talking to people. And we've had some
That's gotta be fun.
great reception for the Gang of 8 folks out in the Magic Valley and out in Caldwell. And so to kind of see these numbers just kind of shows how much of the opponents have gotten motivated this year, and that's what it really is. Who's more motivated to show up?
Ebb and flow happens as well. I mean, there is a natural swing to things. People relax, and then they get angry, and then they relax, and then they get angry, and then it's how far can we push this thing? How far is too far? And politically speaking, I don't know where those boundaries are. But we'll find out from here. And everybody who doesn't win an election tonight doesn't mean their voice is automatically silenced and they have to go right off into the abyss. They still have their own voice. People, I guarantee you, every single one of these candidates has a website, has a social media page. Some of them even have a what's that subscription thing? The Substack.
Yep.
Or free thing, whatever it is. And you know, you keep getting to make noise. You keep getting to be part of this, whether you're a PC, an elected official, or not. And that's what's important. Don't take. I hope you and I get to sit here, and it's easy for us to say, "Hey guys, don't take any of this personal," because it's not our names up there.
Right.
These guys pour their heart and soul. I can't imagine what it would be to, I mean, sorry, I married, kids, girlfriend. What do you got?
Married
Both?
with kids.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it.
Yeah.
Married. So you have a number of these, spouses and kids that are hearing just some ugly stuff talked about their parent, and mom, why does so and so hate you? Why are they saying that you're pro this or anti this or you're in favor of this? And you're like, well, it's part of the race. It's not this, but they know that bothers them. Because everybody's got to have a jerk streak, and you got to have some kind of steel streak in you to be able to do this job.
Yeah.
And then it's like, oh, don't take it personally. Well, they just laid themselves out there for all of us to sit there and go, you're qualified, you're not. You're qualified, you're not. They go to the town halls where, the average age is 86, and maybe maybe there's 20 of them, but you know what? At least they did it.
Mm-hmm.
As opposed to the people who didn't, not worth my time. I don't want to talk to them.
Right.
Gee, they ask the same questions over and over. I'm a talk show host. I hear the same things from callers all the time.
I can imagine. Yeah.
But that's the job. If I'm to talk about the news and I go to somebody, I go to Matt, and Matt says, well, here's what we need to do. And I've heard it 6 times before and go, okay, well, let's get into a conversation. Some of these things, some of the patience that some of these people have isn't meant for it. Some of the mentality isn't meant for it. It's at the same time, might just be the evil of two lessers. So, or lesser of two evils, depending on which district they're in or what race they're running. I have a couple friends. I don't, you get close to this. I got friends that are running against each other in some of these races.
Yeah.
That's difficult for me because I just sit there and go, good luck to both of you. Hey, will you do this? No.
Yeah.
No, I will not.
I bet.
No.
And with the platform that you have, you don't really make endorsements, do you? Or
No.
do you? Yeah, you don't.
No.
So,
but I have respect for people who come on. Even if you know what? I'll tell you right now. There was a race. I'll pick your brain. So there was a race, and I knew one of the candidates, and I've known this guy for years. And when you talk to somebody for any length of time, you get to know their feeling, you get to know what they're about. Well, not once did I hear the word death come out of this person's mouth ever. I've worked with them in some way, shape, or form over 3 years. So I was shocked they were even running for the position they were running for. And then I find out they went to a 40-hour course. I'm like, well, shoot. I mean, you're a step away from saying you stayed at a Holiday Inn last night, but you're running for an elected position where you could possibly be able to arrest the sheriff. So why don't you come on? I had the person on running against you who's got years of experience, tens of thousands of investigations. You completed a 40-hour course. I have questions.
Sure.
I have a lot of questions.
Yeah.
Wouldn't give me the time of day. And then had the guts. Sorry, I'm used to FCC rules.
Yeah, you are, because we're on the internet, man.
Yeah, I know.
And it's past 11. So.
But had the guts to look at me out there in that hall and go, Nate, come here. And I you don't hearken me ever again, boy. I went after. Probably should apologize, but I won't. But
well, that's what. And the sad part is that's kind of like what politics does. But at the same time, it also shows you what somebody's willing to do or not do when there's a friendship on the line, or when you know somebody, or I mean,
would you do this?
Kind of
would you run for office?
Me personally?
Yeah.
I mean, I have to say no.
You don't have to say anything. You have to say what you're feeling. Would you run for this?
Would I for any of these types of big offices? I mean, I'll take the line that Trump said. I mean, I wouldn't rule it out. I wouldn't rule it out someday, but I know right now where my strengths are and stuff. And I love.
But if you farted in third
statesman.
grade, that's going to be a story. You know what I mean?
Oh,
I mean,
it really just the entire class. Yeah.
Just that, that level that I think he cheated on his sociology exam,
Right,
and and I mean, and that's the rated G stuff.
Right.
You
well,
know,
that's why you need this book.
what I don't know who told you I could read. What you came on to pitch me a book?
No, I'm just saying, like,
Who wrote this?
I'm just saying, Cliff Maloney,
Okay.
Joshua Lysek here. He's CEO of our organization.
A complete
Citizens Alliance.
election playbook to win.
This is the only book on the right.
Are they in office?
For folks. He's run millions of campaigns.
No, is he in office?
No, he's not in office.
He's not in office.
Not
okay.
in office.
I can't wait to read this.
But
thank you so much.
yeah.
Why
And
did
then
I do?
what did
I do to offend you? I might have some of my grandma's quiche around here. Ooh, you know what? Here,
No, you have the cake.
I will trade you the book for
cake.
another slice of cake. Thank you so
good
much
cake.
to your squad.
It's
This
good
is fun. You guys have a great setup.
Well, we're closing this place out, Nate. What do you think at the end of the day? Are you optimistic for the conservatives in the
Always.
state?
Always. It's just the different brand.
Yeah.
Define conservative.
Well, yeah, and I'm going to take that as a rhetorical question because
it's an
I
ongoing
think,
exercise.
Well, absolutely, especially when you see someone at the head of the Republican Party, Donald Trump, who said he's not a conservative because the guy's he's a populist. He's a common sense guy. I'm common sense guy, and the conservatives right now feel like the party of common sense. You know, when you look at what's going on between, if you have to compare the Democrats to the Republicans, the Democrats have been taken over by people who have no common sense. What they want to do to children, what they're trying to do with abortion, what they're trying to do with the transgender identity, the alphabet mob, and all that stuff, everything that goes on that you see, and then of course all the immigration that happened during the Biden administration, all this fraud that you see
bring up
coming
the
out
alphabet mob. I think it's funny when you say you have gays and lesbians say we want to get away from the T+ crowd. Like,
yes,
does it work like that?
I don't know. I'd like to separate myself from some people, but they don't let me.
But you are more conservative than I am, period. Just by reading your stuff, I'll tell you right now. No, that's not a knock. I mean, it's just you are.
Yeah.
I mean, I think my shoes might be bigger than yours, but you're more conservative. I mean, it's just a statement of fact.
Sure.
So what?
I say the same thing. So what?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, we're having a good conversation here, and I'd love to talk more about the issues and where people stand because I think that's really great.
We could talk about grocery tax. We could talk about what kind of should we deport them all or should we have some of them? Should there be a pathway to legalized behavior or not?
Right.
Great conversations. And then look, we could talk about medical marijuana maybe, or we get to talk about abortion maybe. And I mean, those are the easy ones. Right. And that's the low-hanging fruit.
Yeah, that's the low-hanging fruit.
So, yeah. Sorry to the LGBT crowd. Sorry about that.
They are the low-hanging fruit. But the thing, and the last thing
you guys get paid hourly
before you get out of
here.
here.
Wow, that's amazing.
The last thing I want to ask you though on this is, and I've asked everybody who sat in the seat, is 2030 is coming. Idaho's getting another congressional seat.
Yep.
And if they do,
we hope.
Well,
some thought it was going to happen before, but
I just missed it by that much. Yeah. Well, it looks like it's going to happen. And if you see what they're trying to do in Utah, which is another big, ruby red state, right? They just carve out a little section of Salt Lake City, and all of a sudden that goes to the Democrats. So is that something that you see happening in Idaho? Where you get again a different flavor of Democrat than Frank Church was, so many years ago, right? It's a different flavor.
We have it now.
Democrat.
I mean, Fulcher's different flavor of Republican than Simpson is, and that's
right.
So you carve out,
but that has such ramifications at the national level when there's this one to vote, two vote.
It's going to look like a Pokemon ball. It's going to look like just a little circle in the middle. You're probably going to carve out Ada Canyon, maybe something else other than that. I mean, forgive me, I'm just spitballing here, but if you're looking to cut across, okay, let's try to make them all equal population as possible. That line's going to have to be somewhere. Do you call it a carve out? Sure, but is it also indicative of the populous center of Idaho?
Sure. Yeah.
Sorry, Pocatello. So I mean, love you. What I meant to say was I love you. But it's just where it's at. As long as you don't have some meandering snake-looking thing,
which is what seems to be going by the wayside now, because those usually were race-based.
Yeah,
and now that's gone out the window.
So no, I look forward to it. But as far as that goes, I mean, you would also think that something as simple as AI would take care of all of that.
I know that's the biggest thing in the room that no one said tonight.
What
is AI? I mean, I don't know. I mean, 6 months from now,
These guys over here can press a button and make us look like cats.
He already
right
did
now. Oh,
Yep.
Oh.
That's it. All right.
He's got his hand over the button. But I mean, all somebody has to go is, just run the number now, have the map ready to go now, and you got to believe they do.
Oh, sure.
And just go,
Sure.
all right, here's what it is. And maybe it's off by a block or two, but I mean, shoot, I was driving down Eagle Road and I was like, why am I seeing Simpson signs?
Oh, because you just crossed over.
There's the line now.
Yeah.
I remember when the line was Cole. Now it's Eagle. Huh. Fascinating. So anyway, dude, thanks for having me on, man.
Hey, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. Tell
I will-
everybody where they can listen to you online, because this is across the state. Not everybody can listen to you here in the Treasure Valley.
Oh, y'all have a computer. Okay. KBOI.com. We have the KBOI app, but yeah, KBOI.com. For those of you that have a radio, that's 670 AM, 93.1 FM here in the Treasure Valley. You can just, tell Alexa to tune into KBOI. And, if you're having problems sleeping at night, I have a podcast. You can go to KBOI.com and download the Nate Shellman Show podcast, which is really just my show without commercials.
That's what my wife is listening to. Now I get it. Puts her right to sleep.
What's her name again?
Hey, we'll be right back. Thanks, Nate.
And that's exactly what happened. You want to pull the tape? You can pull the tape because we now got video.
Idaho is the dirt under your fingernails after an honest day's work. Idaho is the hug around your neck when your daughter spells her first word. Idaho is the written word of the law, steadfast and impartial, guarding liberty for all. Idaho is the family rifle passed down, a legacy of protection and the right to stand firm. Idaho is the echo of your own voice, unshaken and free, standing tall among the world's silenced. Idaho is the home that's built to weather storms, not empty wallets. Idaho is the quiet trust between a patient and healer, unbroken and sacred. Idaho is the hymn carried by the Spirit, gathering neighbors together in faith and purpose. Idaho is the laughter around a campfire, a family's bond growing stronger with every word. Idaho is the pioneer's will, firm and clear. We govern ourselves, free and unbound. Idaho is what America was. Let's keep it that way. Ask your legislator to sign the Citizens Alliance of Idaho pledge to preserve our shared values. We ride together.
The dictionary defines a pledge as something that you give as a sign that you'll keep a promise. As Idahoans, that's what we're looking for in our elected leaders. A sign that they'll keep their word. Talk is cheap, and so are political promises, hidden agendas, and special interests. This is why we created the Citizens Alliance of Idaho pledge, affirming the values Idahoans have been living by for over 100 years, inspired by the only two documents everyone has agreed to live by. So when an Idaho legislator signs our pledge, inviting voters to publicly hold them accountable, that's what we call political integrity. The pledge restores trust and honesty between voters and their legislators. It means protecting our shared values and ensuring your voice is heard in Boise. And that is priceless. Thank your legislator for having the political courage to sign the Citizens Alliance of Idaho pledge. And if they haven't, it's time to ask why.
To the broadcast, the live broadcast. Brian Allman's back in the hot seat here. We're gonna wrap it out, but we do want to try and get through some races here. I don't know if we can call any, or if we can just kind of update folks on where we're at. If we can kind of go through. Let's start at the top with the legislative races. Obviously, we've already called Brad Little and the other congressional races and so forth. What are we looking at up in District 1?
I'm not sure what's happening in District 1. Both Representative Mark Sauter and Senator Jim Woodward were holding pretty solid leads until just a few minutes ago when a new batch of results come in. And now Scott Herndon is leading in the Senate race, and Jane Sauter is leading in the House race.
Yeah, that's big.
Yeah, that's huge. There are still more results to come in. It looks like Boundary County has yet to report.
Report any?
Okay. It doesn't look like Boundary County has reported any yet.
Okay. Yeah, that's huge because this tells me this is the day of the vote, right? This is the day of vote. So we're seeing those numbers jump up, and that usually happens to folks in the more conservative side. Cornell Razor with a commanding lead in that same district over Chuck Lohman.
I was just looking at that, and real quick thought on that. Cornell Razor, Steve Tanner, Chris Bruce, those are all solid guys who get in there and they just do a good job for their constituents. And I think that shows that if you do that, your constituents will often, reward you by sending you back.
Yes. It takes a lot to say, oh, I need to switch my vote because I'm, sick of seeing what you're doing, or you're too distracted, or whatever it is. But yeah. So let's go down. District 2, Dale Hawkins with a commanding lead. We can probably call that one. Vito Barbieri with a commanding lead. Can probably call that one. This is an important race that we've been focusing on. Elaine Price and Krista Hazel.
Yeah. It looks like Elaine is holding on to about a 270 vote lead, and she's been holding on to a fairly slim lead for the whole time. It's for a little too close for my comfort, but it looks like she will hold on and win that race.
Yeah. And then on down to District 6, Dan Foreman. We were talking about Dan Foreman and Lori McCann earlier, and looks like he's holding on to about a 9-point lead. Again, still probably another 2,000 votes outstanding, I would imagine. Maybe 1,000 or 2,000.
There's still votes, and they'll still keep counting votes, but that's a pretty solid lead, almost double-digit percentage points. Lori McCann, obviously, Representative McCann is trying to flip over into the Senate. She had a scare 2 years ago. Colton Bennett came really close to beating her, but there was a third candidate in the race that split the vote. My theory is she saw how much money Colton was raising and decided to go for what maybe she thought was an easier lift. But this could be the end of Lori McCann's career in the legislature.
Yeah, at least for the next 2 years. But also just to let everybody know, District 6 is kind of a swingy district. It has been in the past. Mm-hmm. So Dan Foreman, Colton Bennett, and Brandon Mitchell are going to have Democrat opponents in November. So if this is a race that's of interest to you, please pay attention to that one, because it's not a walk in the park in that district.
There's only about 4 districts in the whole state where it's really competitive between Republicans and Democrats, and District 6 is one of them. So that's definitely one where whoever wins, if you think they're good candidates, they could use some help.
Yeah, absolutely. In District 7, Kyle Harris looks like he's taken over what Michael Collins was earlier. 11 points for Kyle Harris now.
That's another solid man who does a good job.
Mm-hmm. And Charlie Shepard holding on to his seat by almost 40 points at this point. So we can probably call that for Charlie Shepard.
Now, District 8, the records we're getting from the state show only triple digits for each of the candidates, with Megan Blanksma in the lead. However, Representative Beiswinger was here earlier, and he showed me a screenshot from Elmore County, and each of them had over 1,000 votes. So for some reason, it's not updating on the state site. I suspect Christy Zito is still leading this race, but we'll see what happens when they all report.
Yeah, that's good to note here, because it is a very tight race between the three of them, even though Beiswinger in his race is clearly ahead in there. Same thing in District 9, Brandon Shippey. I mean, this is, that's Shippey. A lopsided
85%.
Very lopsided there. Same thing with the John Schertz and Heidi Smith Takatori. Another lopsided there. Seemingly doing better than those other two is Greg Diakagiannis.
Greg Diakagiannis has been campaigning.
Almost had it.
He's been campaigning actually for more than 2 years. He actually ran a write-in campaign against Representative
That's true.
Doyle in the last election, and then immediately started campaigning for this one.
That's true. But he is decidedly back by about 30 points there. Of course, District 10, no opponents in that race. But District 11, this is another hotly contested. Kent Marmon now just outshining his opponent. Camille Blaylock in a commanding lead, but Lucas Kaler behind. So some folks out there splitting their vote. What do you make of this? Is Debbie Geyer just a very popular out there in Caldwell?
Well, I don't know. I've said many times, and I'll say it again, Caldwell is just plain weird. I can make no predictions about that place.
I'm not going to say that. I've been to Caldwell. There's some nice people.
Oh, it's a nice place, and lots of nice folks there. But just the politics of the place are so unpredictable. Another factor could be, I think of Kent Marmon and Lucas Kaler as pretty similar guys. They vote very similarly.
Sure, they're part
Obviously,
of the Gang of
they have
Eight as
different
well.
Personalities, so maybe that plays into it. But you think about their opponents. Perhaps Debbie Geyer is connecting with her constituents in a way that Carlos Hernandez is not. He's run for council out there and wasn't able to win.
Gotcha. All right. Well, then over in District 12, you got Ben Adams taking the lead there. No other opponents in those races until you get to Representative Stephen Tanner. And he looks like to be about 20 points over his opponent.
That's good to see. He's a good guy. He's done a great job. The governor came out and endorsed his opponent, Cody Daffer, and they spent a lot of money. They were trying to unseat him and put an IACI vote in that seat, but It looks like they were unsuccessful.
Yeah, well, we had Senator Lenny on here for a while earlier talking about how conservative Nampa is, and they wouldn't let that go. So. Now your district is 14, and you had Mac Raslin taking on C. Scott Grow for the Senate seat, and it looks like Grow is going to take that as well by about 36 points, at least right now. As it looks, Ted Hill was unopposed, Josh Tanner was unopposed, which should bring us down to these Democrat seats here. But District 20, Josh Kaiser in a two-way race.
Three-way race.
Three-way race, yeah, pardon me. But it looks like he's holding on.
He's holding on. Of course, Josh Kaiser defeated the pro tem Chuck Winder 2 years ago in the upset of the century, and now it looks like he's headed back for another term.
Another term, yep. And then down in 22, Senator Lori Den Hartog had a challenger, but she seems to be holding on well. This was an open seat from retiring John Vanderwoode for District 22, Seat A. Kelly Walton taking on Greg Furch. Greg Furch, a former representative who got redistricted out of his seat, and he lost in a three-way race in 22. He didn't run in 24, but now he's back in 26, and I don't know, this is still too close to call, I would say.
I would say it is too close to call. I believe there's not many votes left in Ada County, so this 100-odd vote lead might be too much to surmount.
Okay. All right, District 24. This one is strange to me. I mean, they got so much going on. This is the greater part of the Magic Valley in 24. Two-term Senator Glenita Zeiderveld about 20 points behind with almost 10,000 votes counted. And then you look at her running, I would say the slate of running mates.
Yeah.
Clint Hostetler coming back, and they joined forces with William Ostoller. Clint Hostetler is this what is it? Because you vote for Clint, but you don't vote for Glenita?
Yeah, this one is baffling to me. I said before multiple times when everyone would ask me for predictions, I say I make no predictions, but I wouldn't be surprised by most anything. This surprises me that Senator Zeiderveld would not only lose, but lose by this margin. And then you add into that Representative Hostetler is winning. So there's, I don't know how many 1,300 voters out there who are voting to reject Senator Zeiderveld but retain Representative Hostetler.
Right.
I don't know if that has to do with their own personalities, their own campaigns, their own styles, or maybe it's, again, with the opponents. Alexandra Cavall,
she's run several times.
She ran against Zeiderveld last time, and Zeiderveld crushed her. So
Right.
I don't know what to make of it.
Yeah. And then this other race, Steve Miller is the incumbent, and as of right now, he's in third place.
This one is also surprising.
Yes, because if you're voting for new blood, it's incredible. And I don't know too much about this Chance fella, but we got to get to know him. Josh Cole over in 25. This is Twin Falls proper.
Yep.
Josh Cole is behind by about 15 points there. And David Levitt, who's on that same slate of conservatives, some really great guys. He's back by about 11. And then, at least for our purposes over here at Citizens Alliance, we backed Andrew Messer. And
he's coming in second here in a four-way race.
Yeah, but Grayson Stone having over 50% at the moment. So that is a decisive.
This is an interesting race because not only is it the only four-way race in the entire state, on the Republican side at least, Grayson Stone, he's really not the incumbent but he is. This is the seat that Lance Clow vacated a year ago when he retired, and the governor appointed Don Hall, who was a county commissioner out there, to take his place. But then Don Hall came down, ill at the beginning of the session, and so he appointed Grayson Stone as his long-term substitute. So looks like he is going to hang on and win and become the actual representative for the district.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, let's just jump ahead here. We got to go up to 28. This is the race, man, that we've been talking about. There's still 7,300 votes in for District 28, but Senator Jim Guthrie looks like he's holding on right now by 13 points over David Worley. I don't know how that district reports their votes.
According to the site, it looks like all precincts have reported. So this could be our final.
That could be the final there. Same thing over in seat A for the House. You got a three-way race. Mike Seville, who seems to always run. I've heard he's just a Democrat who likes to just run.
Yeah, he's run as a Democrat. He's run as an independent. He's run as a Republican.
Yeah.
I don't know what his deal is, but
yeah, and I don't know who he pulls votes from. So I can't really tell you if he's a spoiler or not. But James Lamborn.
These results actually look pretty similar to 2 years ago. It was the same three and the same order and pretty close to the same numbers.
And that's what happened. Yeah. Tanya Burgoyne in a super tight race right now. Just
she's down now. She's down by 40.
Yeah.
She was up by 5 a few minutes ago.
And again, Ben Furryman ahead of Julian Young. You got Van Orden ahead of Ethan Neff. Rod Furness ahead of Kerry Hanks. I mean, the Eastern establishment Republicans are winning right now. Stephanie Mickelson over Kelly Golden. Aaron Bingham over Brian McKellar. You got Barbara Ehart in a closer than I would have thought. But again, I don't know how many. It's just a close race. You can't really call it. So you can't.
According to this, they're fully reported, so that could be the final for Ehart.
For Ehart, I would imagine it's a small. Again, that's the little Idaho Falls proper district.
Yeah.
So
unlike Boise County, which hasn't reported a single vote yet.
Well, they're still trying to drive them in. It's late out there. All right, folks. I think that's going to do it for us. And this is just how it goes in here. Josh Tanner is ambling about. Can we get a word from Josh Tanner, or let's get a word from Josh Tanner real quick. And then we'll be out of here. Thanks, Brian. Appreciate it, brother. Everybody follow Brian Allman. Representative Tanner, it's good to see you. You've been walking around tonight. You had you put some skin in the game a little bit in this race and in these races across the state. How are you feeling about what you're seeing? And nothing's been hard's been called yet, but just from what you're seeing, what do you think?
I mean, some of the races, I think, a little bit surprising. I would have thought we'd have pulled a little bit heavier numbers, more on the conservative side. But it's the tough thing is you got to get people to come out and vote. And it was unfortunate that we really didn't see the people come out and vote this year. And I mean, it's tough.
It is tough to see that. But again, we're still looking at. We don't know how much of these numbers are hard outs yet. But we'll continue to keep watching them through the night and into the morning. What
some of them are flipping too.
Some of them are flipping. That's right. Yeah. So moving forward, you were uncontested. You didn't have a primary this year. I imagine if you had a Democrat, you're probably going to win that race in the general.
I'd imagine they're good fundraisers.
Yeah, they are. They help you fundraise. Okay, so what's next in the legislature next year then?
I think we do a lot of holding. You're going to spend a lot of time trying to kill a lot of bills. But we'll see. I mean, you look at some of the races in there. I mean, we're going to gain some in the Senate potentially. We're going to lose some in the Senate. So that's kind of, in my opinion, that's going to be kind of a wash. But it's going to do quite a bit of a change up on certain fronts.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that plays out. House-wise, I really don't think a lot is going to change in a sense of leadership. I don't think a lot is going to change in a sense of chairman. I think you're going to see pretty status quo in that sense, and that's where the powers.
Well, I mean, we've seen a lot of great conservative wins and bills over the last 2 years, and if you're saying, and if that's the kind of status quo that you're hinting at, that maybe we can.
That is, it makes like tax cuts probably more difficult. A lot of the people that end up that we're seeing winning, they're the ones that are pushing back. They like government growth. They push for government growth, and they don't like tax cuts.
Well, speaking of that, can you guys throw up the graphic again? The budget, the revenue budget. Did you see these numbers here?
Oh yeah,
look at that. We're actually going to have a surplus.
100%. That's what we told them we would have in general, and they all. I mean, the media, the Democrats, everybody said we're going under, and that. Idaho is still a strong economy, and that's what you're projecting off of, and that's what we did in JFAC is you projected off that strong economy. That's why we were able to push and get the Trump tax cuts through the big beautiful bill. That additional $155 million in this current year. I mean, and we were able to do that with these numbers.
Right. Well, that's very promising. So I like seeing that. All right, Tanner, we'll let you go. We're going to go off the air now. I appreciate you coming in for the last guest. Thanks, everybody, for watching tonight. Keep tabs on social media. We'll try and call these races as we wake up in the morning. But for all those of you watching tonight, thanks so much. Thanks to all the crew. Thanks to the Idaho State GOP for having us. And thanks again, Tanner, my friend.
Thank you. Appreciate all you're doing.
Excellent. All right, take care, folks.
That's exactly what happened. You want to pull the tape? You can pull the tape because we now got video. This bill, I think, it puts a stake in the ground that says we have a sovereign right to protect what's ours.